Recibi diferente oferta ng atraktivo buscando Boyalo Tag Cook Round.
Good morning, everyone. We will be starting in a couple of minutes. If everyone can take their seats, please. Anyway. Yes. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Vierlanden Overleg Culture and Arts Education Conference. My name is Adiela Adames, and I will be your host for today's program. Before we begin, allow me to welcome Her Excellency, Minister of Finance and Culture, Ms. Xiomara Maduro, the Minister of Education and Sport, Mr. Andy Cruz, unfortunately could not be with us this morning due to prior engagements. However, he wishes us a very successful and productive week. I would also like to welcome our esteemed guests from Bonaire, Curaçao, Saba, St. Martin, Statia, and the Netherlands. Thank you all for attending and participating in this week's conference. During this time together, we will be focusing on elaborating a framework for culture and arts education. By doing so, we hope to achieve the main objectives of promoting greater access and inclusion in education and in culture, to capture broadened understandings of culture and arts education in formal, non-formal, and informal settings, to ensure effective integration of culture and arts education in relevant culture and education policies, strategies, curriculums, and programs, to widen cooperation across public policy areas, discipline, and educational settings, and finally, to support the role of culture and arts education in sustainable economic, social, and environmental development. But before we continue, I would like to invite Her Excellency Minister of Finance and Culture, Ms. Xiomara Maduro, who would like to extend a welcoming word to you all.
Thank you, Adela. Bom dia, good morning, cordial bom dia, as we say. I would love to speak Papiamento, but today we have guests, so English it will be. So with protocol being served, as the Minister of Finance and Culture, it's my heartfelt pleasure and honor to be here to welcome you to the Conference of Culture and Arts Educations here on our beautiful island of Aruba. Today, and in the closed sessions further this week, heads of department, UNESCO experts, policy advisors and developers, teachers and other experts in the field of culture and education of Aruba, Bonaire, Curaçao, Saba, Statia, St. Martin and the Netherlands will work together on culture and arts education. Culture and arts education play a vital role in shaping individuals and societies. Culture and arts education goes beyond mere skill building. They nurture creativity, foster critical thinking, and inspire a deeper appreciation for the beauty and diversity of human expressions. It is essential in fostering innovation, promoting cultural heritage, and preserving traditions for future generations. By investing in these educational opportunities, we ensure that creativity flourishes, that diverse voices are heard, and our collective human story continues to evolve and inspire. Through culture and arts education, individuals are exposed to a wide array of artistic disciplines, traditions, and cultural practices. Whether it is music, dance, visual arts, theater, literature, or any other form of creative expression, these disciplines invite us to reflect on our identities, values, and shared humanity. In 2021, work initiated with the development of a new culture and arts education framework, where consultants and experts meetings were held with all member states, and finally a draft was presented at the end of 2023. In February this year, UNESCO's World Conference on Culture and Arts Education was held in Abu Dhabi, and the new global framework for culture and art education was adopted unanimously. Policymakers, diplomats, UN agents, NGOs, and other partners of UNESCO conducted dialogue and shared knowledge and experience with each other with the intent to generate innovative ideas and new allies. The framework aims to enhance the role of culture and arts in the education systems globally and to integrate cultural and artistic education more deeply into formal and informal education settings, focusing on prioritizing teacher training, putting emphasis on local and indigenous cultures, and recognizing artistical and cultural skills. The framework further also aligns with the UNESCO broader goals of promoting sustainable development and cultural diversity through education, emphasizing that culture and art are essential components of a well-rounded education system. In this, Aruba was duly represented by Ryan Hernandez, the managing director of UNOCA. UNOCA, being the funding agency of arts and culture in Aruba, is a driver for cultural development and acknowledges the importance of cultures and art education for the cultural and social and economic development of Aruba as well. As we have seen and experienced, participating in culture and arts education programs encouraged collaboration, communication, and empathy. It challenges us to think outside the box, to explore new perspectives, and to engage with ideas and experiences that may be different from our own. Culture and art are interconnected. It is necessary to encourage the conservation of cultural heritage in broad sense through informal transmission within our society. It is important to keep an eye on cultural innovation because it also is an instrument of education and sustainable development. Education and culture are extensions of each other. Both ensure the intellectual, emotional, and artistic development of the community in a broad sense. In conclusion, culture and arts education are not merely extracurricular pursuits. They are fundamental components of a well-rounded education that nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Let us champion the importance of culture and art education in our schools and community, recognizing the transformative power of creativity and the arts to enrich our lives and shape a more vibrant, peaceful, and inclusive world. I want to thank you all who organized this conference, and I wish you all a successful, inspiring, and productive week. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister Maduro, for the encouraging words, and thank you once again for supporting this week's endeavors. Before we begin with our first presentation, I would just like to inform our presenters this morning that in case, because we are relying on a couple of video calls too, international calls that we'll be presenting this morning, we want to stick to a kind of tight timeline. So if we see that maybe the time is running out, I will just be presenting this so you know that you have a couple of minutes left in order to finish off your presentation. So without further ado, I would like to introduce the first speaker for this morning, who will elaborate on this week's goals, Culture Specialist and Secretariat of the UNESCO National Commission of Aruba, and the President of the Culture and Arts Education Vierlanden Overleg Work Group, Ms. Ruby Eckmeyer.
Although the protocol has been set, I still want to welcome the Minister of Finance and Culture, Mrs. Xiomara Maduro, and our dear guests from Bonaire, Curaçao, Ceiba, Statia, and St. Maarten. Also our colleagues in the Netherlands who are online, and the public online who are following us by live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the Vierlanden Overleg for Culture and Arts Education Conference here in Aruba. This conference is based on the UNESCO Framework for Culture and Arts Education And UNESCO is using the slogan, "Let's champion culture and arts education for jobs, innovation, and resilience." As the culture specialist at the UNESCO National Commission of Aruba, today my presentation will be about the arts and culture education's program from UNESCO, but especially on the way how it is being realized for the World Conference Culture and Arts Education. The minister already elaborated a lot about the procedure, but I hope that with my presentation it will be a complement on what the minister just presented. My agenda for today will be based on the historical process, on the preparatory process, on the procedures for the World Conference Culture and Arts Education Framework, and some recommendations. At the end of my presentation, you will have the opportunity to ask questions. Before I start with the content of my presentation, I would like to give you some brief information about UNESCO. UNESCO is the abbreviation for United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. In the name of UNESCO, you can see 5 working areas on which UNESCO is working. These are education, sciences is divided in natural and social sciences, culture, and the CO stands for communication. Those are the 5 working areas of UNESCO. For each working area, there is a sector at the head office of UNESCO in Paris. Only state parties can become member of UNESCO. At this moment, there are 194 member states and 12 associate members. Aruba, Curaçao, and St. Maarten are associate members of UNESCO on behalf of the Netherlands. All those countries with which UNESCO is working are divided in 5 regions. Whenever UNESCO publishes a framework or an important international document, it is always based on regional consultations. So, for preparing the draft UNESCO Cultural Arts Education Framework, the culture sector of UNESCO and the education sector jointly organized a series of 6 regional consultations. As I said before, UNESCO has 5 regions, and they started with the regional consultations with the Europe countries, and they divided the groups in the Western Europe countries and North America and the Eastern Europe countries, jointly organized and co-chaired by Spain and Lithuania. These consultations took place from January to February 2023. So last year, the whole year was dedicated to the preparation for the framework. The other countries were from Latin America and the Caribbean. That was from 8 to 17 of February 2023. And because Aruba, Curaçao, and St. Maarten are situated in the Caribbean, we participating in the regional consultations from Latin America and the Caribbean. The other groups were with countries from Asia and the Pacific, chaired by Indonesia, and group 5 was with the countries from Africa, chaired by Kenya, and group 6 was with the countries from the Arab states, chaired by Oman. The culture sector and education sector were engaged in a preparatory process to develop an integrated UNESCO framework for culture and arts education. This preparation was based on 2 documents. The Lisbon Roadmap for Arts Education, published in 2006, and the Seoul Agenda Goals for the Development of Arts Education, published in 2010. The whole process started a very long time ago, in 1998, when UNESCO established the World Commission on Culture and Development. This commission was presided by Pérez de Cuéllar. It was then that the first cultural framework for cultural policy, our creative diversity, was published in the Intergovernmental Conference on Culture Policies. This was held in Stockholm. As I said before, in 2006, the World Conference in Arts Education was organized in Lisbon, and then the Seoul World Conference on Arts Education. In 2011, UNESCO member state proclaimed the International Arts Education Week, which has been celebrated in May every year thereafter. And from 1998, it is till 2022 that UNESCO organized the second World Conference on Cultural Policies. And now it was linked with the Sustainable Development Goals. The frameworks for arts education, as I mentioned before, the Lisbon Roadmap and the Seoul Agenda for the Arts Education, serve to guide policy development at national level, to stimulate pedagogic approaches, and to stimulate production of educational materials. The objectives of the World Conference on Arts Education were for defining the aims of arts education, improving the quality of arts education, promoting the diversity of cultural expressions, and to confirm the contribution of arts education to fostering human rights and cultural participation. As you can see, since the beginning, up to now, up to the World Conference on Arts Education, UNESCO and the whole world were talking about arts education. It is in 2021 that the member states of UNESCO asked UNESCO to revise the existing arts education frameworks. So the member state asked UNESCO to develop a framework for culture and arts education, with the aim for reviewing and expanding the existing UNESCO framework in arts. The request was to broaden the scope of culture, to broaden the understanding for culture from heritage to creativity, to broaden the understanding of the cultural institutions, and to broaden the understanding, the consideration of the expansion and acceleration of digital technologies. So the new Culture and Arts Framework encompasses the contribution of culture and arts education to economic, social, and environmental development, in line with the UN 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. The framework also encompasses different forms of cultural and artistic education in formal learning, non-formal learning, and informal learning. It was, or it is, for the first time that UNESCO is now including different levels of education, that culture and arts education not only take place in formal learning in schools, but also in non-formal learning and in informal learning. Because it is the first time that UNESCO is mentioning these areas, I will give you the definition of these learning areas. Formal education, that is the institutionalized, intentional, and planned through public organization and recognized private body, and in their totality make up the formal education system of a country. Non-formal education is again education that is institutionalized, intentional, and planned, but this time by an educational provider. It is an addition, alternative, and or complement to formal education within the process of the lifelong learning of individuals. And the informal education is the educations by forms of learning that are intentional and elaborate, but are not institutionalized. It is consequently less organized and structured than either formal or non-formal education. It takes place in society, at home, and everywhere. The preparation process for the new framework, as the minister just mentioned, took place from March 2022 till February 2024. As you can see, UNESCO started with a global survey, then the first international expert mapping was organized in Seoul. In November, the Mondia Cult took place, that is the World Conference on Cultural Policies. And in January and February, the member states had the regional consultations. On May 25th and 26th, the multi-stakeholders dialogue took place, organized by the UNESCO headquarters online. And as mentioned before, in February this year, the final draft framework has been adopted at the conference in Abu Dhabi. The regional consultations offers an inclusive and preparatory approach. It is also a platform for national and regional perspectives. It gives diversity of perspectives across the fields of culture and education, and it is a promotion of the role of culture in ensuring transformation of developments. The multi-stakeholders dialogue provide opportunity for inclusion of relevant NGOs, like the NGOs from United Nations agencies, intergovernmental organizations, UNESCO institutions, but most important, the NGOs working on culture and institutions and practitioners. It is also the opportunity for key actors to share experience and discuss priorities to be considered in the current UNESCO Culture and Arts education framework we just have now, but also to prepare for the next Culture, Arts and Education conference that is coming up. As a matter of fact, during the conference in Abu Dhabi and in Mexico, the stakeholders asked UNESCO to organize more regularly meetings on this topic. During those preparations, and after each session, the Director General from UNESCO will send a message to the whole world, to all the member states. I want to share with you a sentence that she used at the end of her letter. It says, "To build the world of tomorrow, we need to understand the diversity of cultures and the richness they bring to our lives." This is important. Learning to sing, dance, and draw is just as vital as learning to read, write, and count. Yes. The Culture, Art, and Arts Education Framework key evolutions are that it shows a greater awareness of culture diversity, it shows the curricula diversification, and it increased the focus on tangible and intangible heritage education. It also broadened the variety of stakeholders through formal, non-formal, and informal education. The culture and arts education provides individuals and communities with the knowledge and skill set to flourish together. One of the most important aspects of this is that together we are anchored in a learning that stimulates critical thinking, creativity, innovations, and social-emotional skills in, again, the formal, non-formal, and informal education. Culture and arts education not only fosters deeper knowledge on one's own culture and that of others, but it develops competences in understanding, in tolerance, in openness, and the willingness to dialogue. The definition of culture and arts education you will find in the framework, because it is very long. But there are three important aspects of the definition. It is expanding learning outcomes. It is, for the first time, mentioning the formal, non-formal, and informal education. And for me, the most important is the last one. The Culture and Arts Education Framework is investing in the education and social role of museums and cultural institutions. As a museologist, I couldn't be more glad to see this in the definition. At the end, before the framework, some recommendations were made by the state members, and those were, I choose 3 of them, because the democratic approach of culture and arts education and formal education is very important. I just want to urge you to constantly and every time and everywhere just mention the democratic approach. This is based on what the DJ just said to us. Learning to sing, dance, and draw is just as important as learning to read, write, and count. The other new aspect of the framework is the link of culture and education with all the sustainable goals. And It is also a preparation for the next Mondia Cult conference that will be held next year in 2025. So as you could see, the Culture and Education ministers from around the world adopted the revised framework for culture and arts education. It is known now by WCCAE framework, and it is found online. If you Google UNESCO.org, you will find it. I would like to finish my presentation with a quote I just made. Culture and arts are the bricks to construct peace. It is based on the slogan from UNESCO, since wars begins in the minds of men, it is in the minds of men that the peace has to be constructed. Thank you very much. I think we have some minutes for questions. Oh, okay. Okay, I don't know if there are questions. We'll try. Yes? Yes. I think very Suhail that everybody write their email address for us, and then we can send the presentations to all of you. No other questions? Oh, yeah, Pancho? I think I had a slice on it, Pancho, where I mentioned that one of the remarks are that we have to rethink the educational system. So yes. Yes, yes, and I'm also an art teacher. I did the new lerarenopleiding a long time ago. But in those days, I'm talking in the 1980s and 1990s, the whole world, and especially in the Dutch education system, we only spoke about arts education, kunsteducatie. And even when we got the theoretical part of it, it was only based on art history. And we only went to visit art museums. Nowadays, with the shift from arts education to culture and arts education, it is including all the aspects that Pancho just brought forward, but also to include other museums, language, literature, everything. Our history, our tradition, everything is now included in the culture and arts education framework. Raquel? Yeah. Thank you, Raquel, for bringing this forward, because if you could see, the way how UNESCO works is with participation. The participation of the whole field is very important. Not only the art teachers, but also the educatieve medewerkers. I don't know the name. But also at home, to teach culture and arts education is very important. And then it's based on the culture education at home in the society. So it is a completely new movement and new mindset. And indeed, the consultations, meetings, dialogue on this topic is very important with the whole community. Jose Miguel? If you read the framework, the framework is online because, yes, it is, yes. No, I just choose some of them, not to make my presentation too long. But when you read the framework completely, you will see that there is a lot of skills and competences mentioned. Yes, and it is also for the member states free to use them, but also to add more if you want, to change them or leave out what you don't want. So it is more a guidance to how you want to do it in your own country. Radra, can you please? You will find it, but the one before last slide, the slide 25. There you have. Is no any question? It was a pleasure to be your first presenter, and I wish you a very pleasant day and the rest of the week.
Thank you so much, Ms. Eckmeyer. I'm so glad to hear that everyone's very excited about this subject. Our next speaker is the Managing Director of UNOCA, Ms. Ryan Hernandez, who will be talking about her experience during the Abu Dhabi Culture and Arts Education Conference. She will be elaborating more on what we already heard from Ms. Eckmeyer.
Bom dia, everyone. Ai! It zapped me. See. Just waiting for my presentation to be pulled up. Importa no sim presenter view, please. Muito bem. 1 second. All right. Good morning, everyone. I will be presenting a summary of the UNESCO Framework for Culture and Arts Education of 2024. As you can see, I will be the only presenter. I was supposed to present this together with Clara Reyes and Kurt Kerkhoff from St. Martin, but they're arriving as we speak on Aruba, so I'm gonna be doing it by myself, so bear with me. The next slide, please. The one before. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What happened there? Wait, just leave it there. Okay. So basically, Ruby already explained to us how UNESCO works. And the main purpose is to build peace through the international cooperation in education, sciences, and culture. We were invited to go to Abu Dhabi in February of this year. The Kingdom of the Netherlands was represented by a delegation of the Netherlands as a member state, and also the associate members, out of which Aruba had one representative and St. Martin had 2 representatives present in the delegation. And here you can see a picture of the whole Dutch delegation and the Kingdom delegation together with we were at the embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, where we met with the ambassador. At this conference, as Ruby already mentioned, the UNESCO framework for culture and arts education was adopted. And this framework was very important because it provides a guide for integrating culture and arts educations in the systems, for integrating culture and arts into education systems globally. It's aimed at enhancing cultural awareness, creativity, and artistic skills among students. Next slide, please. I can't touch it here, because if I touch it here, it will mess up there. So I'm trying to look at my own presentation here. Okay, so the key components, so when you read through the framework, you will find certain things that come back, and the certain things that are very important. Number 1 is integration in teacher training. Raquel just mentioned or asked about that part. But it is the intention of the framework to guide us into equipping educators with skills for integrating culture and artistic elements into education. The implementation should be through mandatory training programs for teachers. This part is not only teachers that are already working in culture and artistic courses, but also for instance, in Aruba we have primary schools where the teachers themselves are not artists, or they're not opgeleid, educated in arts and culture. They should also get arts and cultural education so they can give it to the kids. Also, the emphasis was put on local and indigenous cultures to promote cultural diversity and appreciation. And this is where in the implementation the recommendation is to develop curricula that includes local and indigenous cultures. This is something that especially for the Kingdom of the Netherlands is very important. We cannot have, for instance, that the Netherlands develops culture and arts education, especially for the islands of Ceiba, Statia, and Bonaire, as they do not know the culture, and it should be developed locally. And this is something that we see in the Kingdom, but this is something that also happens in other countries. You can imagine, for instance, in Africa, you have countries that are 10 times as big as our Kingdom, and they also have in their specific regions and communities, they have different cultures. And all these cultures need to get to the schools, or it needs to get through education some way, somehow, without having to specifically say, no, this is the culture of our country. But you have to also think locally within your communities. What is the culture of your community? The framework also aims to recognize the artistic and cultural skills. That is one of the questions that Jose Miguel had. to validate artistic and cultural skills in professional and academic context. And they wanted, so the recommended implementation is to develop policies for recognizing skills in education and, I think outside there's and employment, yes. So basically what this says is that even the artists themselves should be acknowledged and should be recognized and should be respected for their skills, but they also should get the ability to keep developing in their skills. And lastly, but not least important, is partnerships and collaboration. The framework encourages countries to engage in partnerships at various levels. This is something that we can also use within the kingdom. So we have on kingdom, international level, kingdom level, and on island level. And within the local governments, we can implement this by creating partnership across government, educational institutions, organizations, and private sector to implement the framework effectively. This means, like Ruby said, the musea, the universities, the different schools in formal and non-formal and even informal settings. Next slide, please. Okay, so using the framework, we tried to come with a recommendation for implementation of the framework at the kingdom level. So the recommendation is to unify policy development, and we can do this by aligning national policies with UNESCO guidelines. And since we already have a Vierlanden Overleg work group, we can use this one for coordination. Cross-national collaboration, so when we have things that go good in one country, we should share this with the others. So we're talking about promoting sharing and best practices and resources together, and holding regular meetings and workshops, so capacity building, and that's not only for the people in the work groups, but also for the professionals in the field, policymakers, etc. Resource allocation and support. So it is also the recommendation to efficiently allocate resources and to provide the necessary trainings. Excuse me. For educators. Sorry, the speaker is... okay, and last but not least, the monitoring is also important to establish a system to track and measure the development and to use the feedback also for continuous implementation. Next slide, please. And then we also try to look at the local level. So this is something that all the islands can look at separately. So it's a local adaptation of policies. So to customize policies for each country's unique context. So this has also to do again with the indigenous cultures of each island. The local cultures, I mean. And to involve local stakeholders in the adaptation process. That is also something that Ruby already mentioned. Community involvement is also important in this. We have to partner with local communities and cultural practitioners and promote community-driven arts and cultural projects. This helps to stimulate also the learning in informal settings. Capacity building for educators, we already spoke about as well. We need to provide professional development for teachers and support the creation of culturally relevant projects. And at the end for this as well, to the part of the monitoring, we have to implement local monitoring measures and use the data to inform and improve the implementation of the framework. The data is also very relevant. This is something that currently we also struggle with. We don't have enough people to do the measuring and do the research that is necessary for us to see where we're heading And ideally, the more data we have, the better knowledge we have for what we should do in the future. Next slide, please. I think that's the last one. Oh, thank you. All right, thank you guys for your attention. And if you have any questions, and once again, my excuses. I think we had a little bit more to say, but since the group got a little bit smaller, but I tried to provide you guys with all the information that we compiled. So if you have any questions. Nobody? No? Loud and clear? I have a question there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, so initially these conferences are meant for ministers of the country, so they can officially adopt a framework, or sometimes it's verdragen, sometimes it's treaties. The world conferences are not held on a regular basis. If I'm not mistaken, the last one was in 2010, and then this year it was 2024, and it varies also. So each field that UNESCO works in has their own sets of world conferences or programs, teaching programs, capacity building workshops. So it really depends on what UNESCO is working on, and that way they will give the information on who and what is who is invited and what is going to be talked about. So I have no idea when the next World Conference will be, but as Ruby also mentioned, during the conference, one of the requests from the member states was to hold more of these informational sessions, whether it be regional or on a worldwide level. To elaborate more on the conference itself, it also, because like Ruby said, the framework was already made prior to the conference. The conference was specifically held to adopt. But at the same time, it's a networking moment and also a learning moment. And it's like moments where you can build allies with other countries when you see that, hey, this country is doing something similar, or they're in the same situation as I am. This is what they're doing. This is what they're doing, so that way you can have dialogue and learn from each other. So, and a lot of the times it's a whole lot of information. For instance, in my case, I went by myself. The Dutch delegation had like 4 or 5 people. So they get to spread around more and talk to more people. And next, besides the thematic sessions where you literally sit in a room and listen from ministers and heads of departments of various countries, there are also side events where you hear about ongoing research on several themes. For instance, in New York, there's currently, in one of the universities, there's research ongoing on how the impact on kids being part of the museum, in the sense of allowing them to not only create and showcase, but also play. So you have like a multi dynamic in that aspect where, but it's an ongoing research that we're all looking forward to eventually receive the results of that. And you also have other countries that showcase their best practices. And sometimes it's hard if you go by yourself to get to go to all the side events as well. But that's basically what I experienced at the conference. Jose Miguel was first, or? Oh.
Yes, I would like to know what's the big difference
Mm-hmm.
between the early years and now. Is it that we want to foster cultural education, art education in the schools and informal form? It wasn't possible before. What is the
Yeah, right now the thing with the framework itself, it's a guide. Um, Ruby wants to elaborate also, I see. um, I forgot what I wanted to say, so let Ruby, and I'll go ahead.
Amy was looking at me.
Yeah.
That's fine. In fact, Amy, the situation never changed because the situation, we always had education in non-formal, formal, and informal education. It's just that now it is stated as a fact in the framework, and it is asking the whole world to put attention on all those educational learnings. So that is the difference. But the situation we always learned in school, outside of schools, and in our family. The most important thing is now to structure and organize those learning areas and connect them together and put attention in the cultural policy and cultural education policy. Where do they connect? Up to now, the education policy was only focusing to put financial means for what is happening in the school. Outside the schools, the museum were not sustained financially like they should. That's why I'm so glad to see museums and cultural institutions in the definition, because it is time now for all the countries to invest in those museums and cultural institutions. And it is time for us to pay more attention what is happening in our houses. Our youngsters today, what is the education they get at home? And it is sad to say, but I'm sure that in Aruba we still have kids that never came to Casa Cultura, and maybe they never saw a theater show. So we have to invest in the Centro de Barrios, invest in their podium, so we can go to the local community and present there also culture and arts education. I'm very glad with the development we have now with Seda Aruba. I don't see Daniel was to come today, but with the project managers now in the Centro de Barrios, I hope that more will be happening now with culture and arts education in the Centro de Barrio. But we have to advocate and ask more sustain for what is happening outside the schools. The countries, the governments have to invest in those institutions, because when in the Netherlands, the neighborhoods have a paid director, a paid project leader, a paid secretary. In Aruba, in all the countries, Seba Station, Bonaire is now in a better position than we are, but Curaçao and St. Martin and Aruba, all our neighborhood centers, they are all working with volunteers. And most of the museum is the same case. So that is the direction, Amy, that this framework is pushing us and all the member states from UNESCO to put more attention on these developments. Okay?
Yes, and also just to finish that question, because Amy asked what changed. And for UNESCO, in 2021, when they convened on this topic, what happens is that UNESCO is doing measurements daily. They have researchers at their dispositions to do these type of things. They're monitoring developments all over the world, and they've realized that there's an increase in conflicts, in discrimination, in a lot of things that are affecting societies in a bad way. And they realized, and at the beginning of the framework it's also noted, that they realized that the way to change people's mind is through culture and arts education. The way through to make people creative and positive and be able to express themselves in a proper, better manner is through culture and arts education. And that's why they emphasized on revisiting the framework that they had before and making it something that's pushing more through all the 3 points or 4 points that we already mentioned that are more important in order to create a better sustainable future and a better future for everyone. Jose Miguel? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Jose Miguel, one, can you come to the front? Because for the live stream, because what you're saying is very important, and if you would like to, it's because it's more of a, I know it's more of a comment than a question, and I think the comment that you are giving is important, and I would like the people in the live stream to also hear what you are saying. We have time, right, Adiela? It's just for the live stream. I'm sorry.
Bon dia, Turende. Goedemorgen. Good morning. I wasn't prepared for this, so I will try to do it in a nutshell. We are working on the culture education plan for Aruba, and I can speak for education, the formal education. I've been noticing that a lot is being done in arts and culture, but we need a structure in the whole or on the whole line. Since I don't know how you say that in English, but the vroegschoolse educatie, that's before the kindergarten. So we have a lot of challenges. The dimensions you have to take into account is people, knowledge, time, place, and finance. So don't forget that every goal we are going to try to reach has a price ticket. It has a price ticket. And I have been following the presentation of Ryan, and I can place the plan we are working on even with Departamento de Cultura, and we have noticed that there are dynamics that you have to take into account. So that's what I wanted to say, because the whole line is reachable, but maybe the bigger countries have finance that we don't have. And we can speak about cooperation. That's nice, but still there is a price ticket to pay, even in cooperation. Okay, that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Jose Miguel. Raquel had a question, and then I'll get back to Amy.
I think the problem that we always have is that in the formal education system, we are trying so much to bring projects to make children aware, to help them find a way. But when we come to finances, always we hit a roadblock, roadblock. And then we always have to depend on volunteers. And I don't think it's nice as an artist, a person that has the knowledge, the skills, that it took so many years to build, that they have to always be giving for free. And it comes to a certain moment that these people are getting tired of giving, and never being evaluated and being paid for what they deserve. I mean, it's not because people are artists that means that they don't have a value and that they need to be paid. So I really hope that in this new program where we're going, there are going to be financial openings. Because in the school, we do not get any finance for any projects that we want to do. We are trying to do after-school programs. And then it costs a lot of time and energy, and then you have to write big projects to ask for international funding together with a partner. Because you are a school, when you go to ask for finances for a program, they tell you, no, you're a school, you're being funded by the government and you don't get anything. And that is not true.
Yes,
So I really think I want to see a difference in that.
yeah, those are roadblocks that we are aware of, and now I'm also speaking as a funding agency. We also have limited funding, so that's also something that we're working with. But we are, as we speak, we are talking to the minister about potential solutions to the limitations we have currently on funding, especially since, for instance, in our case, we are also stuck with the calendar year because of the older systems that we have. And these are things that we have to develop further, and we have to also come bij met de tijd, so as they say. yeah, there. So we're looking into how to solve this problem. Unfortunately, we like Jose Miguel said, we're a very small island compared to other countries that have a lot of other resources to be able to get funding from different places for culture and arts. But a big step forward is also, like Jose Miguel said, when we start putting culture into the classroom is kind of already funded. So that's also a big step ahead for culture and arts development, if we can at least get the arts in the classroom. Another reason why that's important is because of, like you said, lack of funding from the organizers, but there's also a lack of finances in the families. Families also have to choose, make choices. How am I going to buy this, or am I going to pay for art classes? And we lose talent this way because we don't know, because these kids don't come in touch, they don't touch the arts, we don't know if they have a talent, and they don't know, so they stay at home, they watch TV, or they're online, they're on the streets, and they don't get to do the creative, the expression part of themselves. So again, this is why we're working for, and we're actually thinking together on how to get culture and arts further into education. Amy had a question? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah. Yeah, so to resume your question, just for the viewers, Amy is saying that we do have prepared teachers. We've had teaching programs, and we have teaching programs at the Pedagogical Institute. But Amy is saying that we have to also focus on changing the laws, where the laws will be dictating that we should have certain elements of arts and culture in the curricula. So it can be in the programs of the school. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so Amy says it's not in the primary school and the preschool legislation. Okay. All right, that's good. That's good stuff. But that's one of also the things. We're a small country or a small island, and maybe the other islands also have the same issues, where you don't have a lot of people working in legislation. Brought forward that another challenge. I would say it's not only the laws, but it's also, you have to think of the school boards. How they accept and implement culture and arts education into their schools. And she's also saying that there are teachers that only work until noon or early in the afternoon, and that they also still have the capacities and the capabilities to teach after school programs, or even to adults, Joan, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, okay. So they. Oh, like so you're talking primary school? Okay, so in primary schools, yeah. Yeah, so in primary schools, she's saying that we have certain courses that have to be finished and they have to get graded, and then they don't have enough time within the hours of the primary school, and she's suggesting that we can do arts programs after school hours as well. Okay, the conversation is heated. Aisha?
Yes, as a former teacher, what I see we can do, because we cannot sit and wait for the law to change that funding is gone. I see art as being integrated in whatever you are doing at school. If you are teaching math, you use art for you to teach that math and make it to be something that the student will remember. If you are teaching languages, use art in that. So I think that we have issues, of course, we have issues. Funding is not in place. We need to work on those. But as teachers, we need to think art as something that needs to happen after school hours or in separate. We need to think of art and culture as something to be integrated in that classroom, in the curriculum, while you are teaching.
Okay, for the live stream viewers, Aisha from Curaçao suggested that teachers should also integrate art into the regular curricula, integrate art into math classes, integrate art into reading classes, and what else did you, into language classes, etc., into everything, and change our mindset as to how we look at art as a separate. Joan agrees. Yes. Okay. Ruby wanted to come first, and I have there's 4 fingers in the air.
Oh my God. Oh, we have to take it. Okay, I will do short. And what I wanted to bring forward was, indeed, we need financial support. And you already brought forward, we need more training for teachers. But we can do also a lot while waiting for the financial support. And that is more cooperation, more collaboration. We can work now together with Curaçao, with Bonaire, with Stasia. And this today, the program will be also where you can get information how they are doing it in the other islands and in the Netherlands. And so I hope that that will broaden our vision on how to implement the culture and arts education framework. Thank you.
We have 3 minutes, so.
I would like to say I agree we have to integrate, because I think the other kinds of objectives you need some creative approach. But there is a risk, and I think it's a big risk. If you only use art as a means to promote the other goals, you will lose a lot of the goals, the creative, artistic goals of art himself. So I think we have to do both, not only integration. Please don't think that if you let the people play the nature, it is sufficient to be creative, because they are with a team, they are not with their own expression about themselves, their feelings, their thoughts. And I think to make authentic people, you need to have that area also.
That's why the school name is culture and arts. The arts thing.
Right.
So it's not being
separated. No, but I think not only integration, not only as a means, but also as an aim, the goal of itself. Okay.
I have heard a lot about integration, about teachers doing this, doing that in the lessons, but people don't forget the most important thing is monitoring, controlling. We need mechanisms to control if it's being done. I mean, not like a dictator, but you still need it, because I can give an example. 2017 kerndoelen document, it isn't living. Why not? We have no mechanism to control if teachers are doing that or not. So working on a policy is necessary. Working even on the part of law is necessary. Otherwise, you cannot go to a school and say, okay, you are not doing this, you are not doing that. Where is the mechanism you can use for that? And I've heard also, teacher can integrate. Peeps, you have to prepare a teacher. You have to educate him or her to reach that too. And that means financing, and that means time. So, hoe je het went of keert, I will say that in Dutch, it's about financing, time, and people. So don't take it so lightly. Everything that needs a structure needs time and financing. And I believe in this project because I'm trying to do my best with our national committee, with Departamento Cultura. And I can say that I thought before, oh no, we have a formal education, so it's very structured. Yes, it's structured. But try to put this into a curriculum. Even there you will have to study it, and even there you will have to put time in it, money, and people to work on it. It's very easy to speak when you are outside of the area, but when you are inside, it will be more obvious to you what you can do right now and maybe what can be done on a longer term. And we'll leave it like this.
I agree with Amy because I think child has the right to live art, to experience art, because if you want to integrate art with other, for example, mathematics, you need to give the kid the chance to explore art without thinking about history, without thinking about mathematics. Also, another thing that I wanted to say is not at the secondary school, but what I have seen at the primary schools is if they need to take hours from a course, they always take it from art. I need to give mathematics, so let's eat from art, let's eat from dance. So I really think that this needs to stop, not only for the kids to experience art, but also as think about the therapeutic part of art. Let them just be themselves. And that's the way that we teach kids to think creative, to be creative and be critical thinkers. So, yeah, okay.
Thank you, Esmeralda. And last but not least, Raquel.
Keep it short. I'm going to try to keep it short also. Very grateful that we have this moment that we can express ourselves about the concerns that we have about arts and education. We have been through Brussels a couple of months ago, and we went to see a brede school, like they said, community school. How do they work? I heard when Joan was saying the people that stop working at 1 o'clock and they can give maybe an after school. No, teachers are tired and burn out. I see it every day. But what we can do is this. In Brussels, they have paid coordinators they work especially for the after school. They do not work in the daily school. You cannot put a teacher that has been working during the day to also run an after school. It's not working. But we need people that will run these after school programs or a program in the school where the kids that do not have the means can come and get these programs for free or for a very small, significant amount. We did a research with our parents. Some of them are really willing to pay a small amount, but they have to choose the daily bread or to pay something different. So, and then they pay people. They have collaborators, partnerships. For example, with a boxing club. This is what we saw in Brussels. A boxing club that's coming to the school. They have it there. They have dance. They have circus. They have different after-school programs running with partners. So it is not necessary that a teacher during the day has to do this program in the afternoon. So I think if we focus in partnerships with different groups that we have on the island, see how we can make use of our school buildings so it can be more to the service of the community. I think that is also a way of bringing arts and culture education closer to the communities, and via the kids, they're gonna bring it home. Because if we see at home, many of our kids do not get arts and culture education. So through them, they have to bring it to the parents. And if we can do this, I think we will achieve, and we're winning a lot. So that's my little bit.
Thank you, Raquel. Adiela.
I'm so happy that everyone's so passionate about this subject. And as everyone has a chance, the minister would also like to say something on the subject. So.
Thank you. I have to leave, but before I leave on this subject, I think it's very important that we are aware of this fact. Although arts and culture is not something from now, not also something from now in the education system, but as you see, at a higher level, people are always also aware that this awareness of how important culture is, arts is for the development of the human being, that's why we have to see things in another way and put the structure in another way to achieve that. What I can say here in Aruba, some people don't understand, but now you understand why we have finance and culture. Because finance is important, everyone knows that, but not everyone knows the importance of culture, the importance of arts and culture for the development of our country as Aruba. So that is why I am very honored to be also the Minister of Finance, but I'm very much honored to be the Minister of Culture. So I have to be now the Minister of Finance. I have a press conference, so that's why I'm leaving you. But before that, I would very much like to thank you all for being here, to thank you all to think about how we here in Aruba can make the changes. And after all, it's we that can do it. It's we that feel Aruba. And that's why it's so important that you are here, not only for Aruba, but also for the whole kingdom of the Netherlands. In our differences, there is where lies our force. So I'll say let's keep working on that. So thank you very much. And remember, finance and culture. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone who took a moment to express themselves. I know that us artists are very passionate about what we do. And it's great to hear how much you guys are invested in the conference. And I hope to hear the rest of the week as well. Right now, we're going to take a short coffee break. So please take some refreshments outside. And I will call you guys when we're ready to start again. Thank you.
Atiki.
Hi, morning, morning.
If everyone can have a seat, we will continue with our next speaker. Okay. Sí, put sí. No, dal bay. Dal bay. Stulte. Okay. Melvin, vou poner para trás de Rian su stool. Ahora si tiene que apuntar algo, es más fácil para não vai. Sí, sí, algo quebra, poneme Okay, our next speaker is ready. If everyone can have a seat. Yes, so we will be continuing with our next speaker who will be joining us via live stream all the way from Jamaica. She is the manager of syllabus and curriculum development at the Caribbean Examinations Council. Please welcome Ms. Norlette Yeard.
Good morning. I'm pleased to be joining you. Preferably, I'd want to be with you in Aruba, but unfortunately, that wasn't possible. But I am grateful for this opportunity nonetheless to join you at your conference and to share with you how we have incorporated culture and arts within the CXC context. Just confirming that you are in fact seeing my screen. I stopped sharing because I want to share sound as well. Great. So as indicated, I am Norlette Leslie Yeard. I serve as the manager in the Syllabus and Curriculum Development Department at the Caribbean Examinations Council, and I'm based at our Western Zone office, which is in Kingston, Jamaica. For my presentation, I am going to take the opportunity to share a little about CXC, who we are, what we do, our offerings, who we serve, and to finally look at how we treat with culture and arts education in our suite of offerings. I am going to start by sharing a short snippet of a video that gives some insight into who we are at CXC.
Education has long been seen as a route to advancement by the people of the Caribbean. Throughout their shared history of colonialism, Caribbean people have sought education as a path out of poverty to self-determination and beyond the boundaries of social hierarchy. It is in light of this Caribbean tradition and in the face of an increasingly more globalized world that the Caribbean Examinations Council has committed itself to the success of the Caribbean learner. The Council's role is fundamental to the molding of the thought leaders who will advance the region's development and the skilled workforce that will drive it. The Caribbean Examinations Council was established in 1972 as an institution of the Caribbean Community, or CARICOM, to provide the region with syllabuses of the highest quality, valid and reliable examinations, and certificates of international repute for students of all ages, abilities, and interests. The members of the Council are drawn from 16 participating Caribbean countries and 2 of the region's universities, the University of Guyana and the University of the West Indies. With almost 40 years of experience in examinations administration and region building, the Caribbean Examinations Council model is the most cost-effective route to educational certification in the Caribbean.
And so, to provide an update, the CXC is actually 50 years old as of last year when we celebrated our 50th anniversary. CXC has been offering assessment opportunities to the English-speaking Caribbean and the Dutch-speaking Caribbean for these years, where we have offered opportunities for our participating territories to engage in programs that will equip their students, our candidates, for the world of work, for further studies, and just for their own personal development. I'll share another snippet of a video that gives a little bit more insight into what we offer.
Between 1979 and 1998, the only certification offered by the Council was the Caribbean Secondary Education Certificate, the equivalent of the British General Certificate of Education Ordinary Level Qualification. These examinations were common to all Caribbean territories and served as a gateway to foreign post-secondary education for most Caribbean nationals. Since 1998, however, the Council has significantly diversified its offerings and gone beyond the administration of exams into relevant services that support a holistic education system. Between 1979
and so, we currently offer, since 1979, when we offered our first 5 CSEC subjects, we have expanded our suite of offerings to include the Caribbean Primary Exit Assessment, CPEA, which is the assessment offered at the primary level that seeks to certify the levels of literacies that primary school students have developed, have achieved at the end of that key stage of learning. The next offering is the CCSLC, the Caribbean Certificate of Secondary Level Competence, which is a lower secondary qualification that seeks to provide the foundational skills and competencies that all students need to develop at the end of lower secondary. The CCSLC is a grade 9 level certification. We have also partnered with the Caribbean Association of National Training Authorities, CANTA, to offer the Caribbean Vocational Qualifications. And the CVQs are used to certify students' technical skills and competencies that help to prepare them for the workforce and even for further education and learning. The CSEC, the Caribbean Secondary Education Certificate, is our flagship program that we started with in 1972. And this is issued to persons who have completed 5 years of secondary level education. And it provides opportunities for matriculation into the world of work or into continuous studies. We also offer the Caribbean Advanced Proficiency Examination, CAPE, and this is a post-secondary qualification that is often seen as the first 2 years of a 4-year college program. It provides the foundational blocks for tertiary education, and our candidates who use CAPE for matriculation have gained entry into universities across the world and have yielded recognition for these qualifications, and in some cases have earned exemptions based on their CAPE performances. We also offer the CXC Associate Degree, which is a combination of our CAPE offerings, a combination of up to 10 CAPE offerings can result in candidates obtaining an associate degree. The associate degree has standing with international universities because in some cases, universities give candidates with their associate degree up to 2 years exemption from a 4-year college program. And so when you look at our offerings at CXC, you will notice that we take our candidates from the primary level straight to the post-secondary level of education. And at any exit point, our candidates are able to demonstrate critical skills and competencies that are targeted for the specific level. Who do we serve? The CXC was set up to initially serve the English-speaking Caribbean. But as CXC grew over the years, we have expanded our offerings and are currently serving the Dutch Caribbean. We are currently in Saba and St. Eustatius with our products. We offer our products in Curacao, in St. Martin, and hopefully other Dutch territories will come on board as we seek to partner to expand and improve the human capital of the region. The offerings at CXC are flexible. We design our products so that they can flexibly fit into any context. And so, as we have done with the other Dutch territories, we are able to equip our stakeholders who are seeking to implement our product with the awareness of how the products work so that they can design a system and implement the product within an established system and optimize the benefits. CXC's products, whether it is the CPEA at the primary level or the CCSLC, the CSEC or CAPE at the secondary level, they are designed in such a way that those who implement can incorporate and integrate into this formal structure that CXC offers informal offerings. So if there are country-specific imperatives, if there are institutional imperatives that should form a part of that curriculum, the offerings at CXC can be integrated to offer that kind of complementary integrated learning to optimize students' opportunities within school. CXC offers a diverse range of qualifications, and I indicated that not only do we offer qualifications at the different levels, but at each level, for example, at the CCSLC level, we offer 6 core syllabuses, which expand to 8 subjects. And the CCSLC is so designed as a core curriculum to supplement the existing curriculum within the institution. At the CSEC level, we offer over 32 subjects to our candidates. So we are confident that whatever the interest of the candidate, they will find a space at CSEC to hone their interest and to develop their skills. At the CAPE level, we offer 37 CAPE subjects, again, cutting across all subject disciplines so that our candidates have a full range of options from which to choose whatever their career paths, whatever their interests, there is a space for them in what we offer at CXC. As I mentioned before, the offerings at CXC are so designed to afford territories the opportunity to integrate within their curriculum as they implement CXC offerings their own territory-specific requirements and demands to ensure that the candidates and the students that graduate from your system are equipped to operate not only within their context in that territory, but they are equipped to operate at the global level, because the qualifications that we offer at CXC have earned over these 50 years global recognition with the leading institutions across the world. CXC has done the relevant work to do the benchmarking and the equivalencies and recognitions with the leading bodies across the US and the UK, so that our stakeholders have an appreciation of the level of recognition and acceptance that our programs enjoy. Currently, we have students who leave the Caribbean to different parts of the world, to the UK, to Europe, to Asia, to the North America, and those who remain in the Caribbean, Australia. We have candidates who have leveraged their success in the programs that we have offered and have gained matriculation in leading universities across the world. And even while we prepare our candidates for this global platform, we are committed to ensuring that our offerings have regional relevance. And how do we do this? We do this by ensuring that the CXC products are developed, are conceptualized by we, the people of the Caribbean. So it's us in the Caribbean who develop the CXC offerings, and we develop them based on the needs of the Caribbean. At CXC, we engage with the ministries of education across the region to understand and appreciate the market demands in the respective territories, and those demands help to shape how we refine and develop our offerings. It's important for CXC to remain regionally relevant because we are aware that CXC has been established with a very specific purpose to serve the needs of this region and to develop the human capital of the region. And it's because of that that we have remained Caribbean-centric in the sense that as we select the content that our students explore across our different product offerings, we want to ensure that they are situated well in their Caribbeanness, that they develop an appreciation of what makes them truly Caribbean, and that we help to develop the attributes of the ideal Caribbean citizen, one who lives and operates within the Caribbean, but has all the skills and competencies required to matriculate to the global stage where many of our candidates indeed operate. So let me get a little closer now to looking at the topic at hand, culture and arts education at CXC. CXC has developed what we have called the CXC Skills and Competencies Framework for Teaching, Learning, and Assessment. This framework captures all the skills and competencies that our products, our qualifications offer. We have organized the skills and competencies into these five broad thematic areas: critical and innovative thinking, global citizenship, digital literacy, personal awareness, health and management of self, understanding self and others. These are five broad thematic areas that each has related sub-themes: critical thinking for critical and innovation and innovative thinking, problem solving, creativity, and innovation. Those are the sub-themes under the broad thematic critical and innovative thinking. Global citizenship, cultural literacy, environmental literacy, digital literacy, information literacy, ICT literacy, media literacy, personal awareness, health and management of self, personal health and well-being, self-management, interpersonal skills, understanding self and others, interpersonal, life and career skills, diversity. These five broad thematic areas and the related sub-themes capture broadly the emphasis of the skills and competencies that our products offer. For example, when you look at the thematic area global citizenship, which has a very specific focus on culture, you will notice that candidates who pursue our different products will get exposure to citizenship and some specific skills related to citizenship, leadership, political literacy, civic literacy, openness. Cultural literacy, they will develop skills in cultural awareness, intercultural understanding, multicultural understanding, respect for diversity, tolerance, environmental literacy, environmental justice, respect for environment, environmental appreciation, environmental awareness. It was important for me to highlight the skills and competencies framework because this operates as the unifying document that brings all our product offerings together. Coming out and emanating from the skills and competencies framework are the specific skills and competencies that we target in our syllabuses. And so the SCF, as we call it, provides that global view of all the skills and competencies that we target. And from this perspective, you will notice that culture and arts feature significantly in our offerings at CXC. And I'm going to go a little bit, narrow down a little more to the specific subjects at the different levels of our offerings that will speak explicitly to culture and arts education. So at the CPEA level, which is the Caribbean Primary Exit Assessment, we have civic literacy and language literacy. And these areas, we have standards that explicitly target that kind of intercultural, multicultural awareness that we're encouraging in our candidates, even at the primary level. And language, as we have defined and designed it at CXC, is used as a tool for students to explore and understand their culture in some ways. For the CCSLC, the Caribbean Certificate of Secondary Level Competence, these are the subjects that we offer that have a very explicit focus, again, on culture and arts. For English, English is used as the culture and the context is used as the basis for helping our candidates to develop the English skills. So when you look at our English syllabus at the CCSLC level, a lot of the context for learning the language is based on the culture that the students exist in, the Caribbean culture. For social studies, this exposes students in an extensive way to Caribbean culture and to civic literacy across the region. For modern languages, we offer at the moment Spanish, French, and Portuguese at the CCSLC level. And you would appreciate that for us to learn any language, we must be exposed to the culture. And so the culture operates as the context in which the modern languages are taught and experienced at CXC. And it's not just the context and culture of the English language. It is the context and culture of Spanish and the Spanish-speaking countries within the region, the Portuguese and the Portuguese-speaking cultures across the region, and the French-speaking cultures across the region. We've had a preliminary discussion and even developed a draft syllabus for Dutch, but that has not been finalized, neither has it been implemented for teaching. Digital literacy is another offering at the CCSLC level, which is taking students and allowing them to use their digital skills to express themselves in a safe environment and ensuring that they remain safe even as they engage in the digital world. At the CSEC level, which is the upper secondary level, and this is issued to candidates who have completed 5 years of secondary school, we have a number of subjects that speak to culture and arts as well. We spoke about English A and B. English B, which is our English literature syllabus, has an explicit focus on Caribbean literature. And those texts that we explore for Caribbean literature provides immense opportunities for candidates to be immersed in the culture of the Caribbean and how those cultures have informed the texts that they explore. At the CSEC level, we also offer Spanish, French, and Portuguese as modern languages offerings, and similar to CCSLC, the cultures of these languages provide the framework for which they explore the language. Social studies at CSEC again provides tremendous opportunities for the exploration of Caribbean culture and to develop the appreciation of how we have come to be who we are as a region. History provides a very focused attention on, and history at CSEC is Caribbean history. There is an explicit focus on Caribbean history. It's not world history that's done. It is a history of the Caribbean, and a tremendous effort is made to ensure that the history, the shared history of our Caribbean is captured in that syllabus. So again, that provides tremendous opportunities for cultural awareness and for that kind of intercultural, multicultural engagement of our students. Religious education is another subject offered at the CSEC level that again provides opportunities for immersion into the culture of the Caribbean. The religions that are targeted and are assessed in this syllabus are religions that are based in the Caribbean, and students develop an understanding of how these religions came to the Caribbean and how they are practiced in the Caribbean. An interesting feature of our religious education syllabus at the CSEC level is the fact that we do not only expose students to the world religions, but we expose them in that syllabus to the indigenous Caribbean spiritualities or religions. Those spiritual groups and those religious groups that were born within the Caribbean, that are in large part only practiced within the Caribbean. And so the students, again, do not just leave with an overall appreciation of world religion, but they leave with an appreciation of the religious practices and the religious groups that emanated from the Caribbean, those that we gave birth to, and how we have nurtured those over the years. We've also have a very explicit focus on the arts. And we offer visual and the performing arts. So theater arts provides our students who have an interest in the performative art, and it gives them an opportunity to select an option, either drama, dance, or stagecraft, and they are able to develop their skills and competencies in those areas if that is their interest. We also have the visual arts that provides our candidates with up to 9 visual arts options that they can choose from, whether it's ceramic, whether it's painting, 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional art. And so our students who have that interest have the avenue to choose from among 9 options that they can explore. We also offer music, and within that there is the space for the inclusion of our own local music that we have developed within the region, and how those have impacted the world. At the Cape level, similarly, which is the post-secondary level, we have literatures in English, and again, our literatures in English at the Cape level will require candidates to study Caribbean literature texts, again providing opportunities for them to be exposed to the culture of the Caribbean and how it would have shaped the texts that they are doing. Modern languages treated in a similar way. At the Cape level, we offer Cape Spanish and French. Sociology looks a lot at Caribbean societies and how Caribbean societies have emerged over time and the factors that have influenced the structure and organization of Caribbean societies. Caribbean studies is one of those subjects that is a compulsory subject at Cape. So any candidate who is exploring Cape must do Caribbean studies. And as the name suggests, it gives them a very focused study on Caribbean issues, Caribbean societies, how as a Caribbean we have come to be who we are. Communication studies again has that Caribbean culture influence, where the languages of the Caribbean are explicitly featured, and not just the standard languages of the Caribbean, but how the different creoles within the different Caribbean societies have emerged, and again giving our candidates the opportunity to really appreciate not just the standard languages used across the region, but the Creole languages, how those emerge and how similar they are and what makes some of them different. History again, while it does not only focus on Caribbean history, it provides a continuation from CSEC where they will explore additional Caribbean history, but they will also be exposed to some world history there. The technology-based subjects provide them with the skills and competencies to create content and to develop that kind of artistic ability and to represent those artistic skills in the digital space. Of note are two of the newer digital subjects that we have: digital media, animation, and game design. Again, we are providing an expanded offering for our candidates so that they are able to, for those who have the skills and those who have the interest, are able to develop in these areas that are in fact trending areas for young people. Performing arts builds on theater arts, and it has an interesting combination because it teaches our candidates not just how to develop their specific artistic skills, but it balances it with the exposure to the business of the arts. So they are understanding how to use their artistic skills and to turn those into entrepreneurial abilities and to turn them into income earning opportunities. For performing arts, we offer candidates the opportunity to specialize in cinematic arts or drama or dance or music. Again, all of these, they have that Caribbean-ness about them. The concepts that they explore, all the Caribbean relevant concepts are integrated, and the cultural principles that undergird the Caribbean are integrated there. Art and design, again, builds on visual arts from CSEC and provide our candidates with the opportunity to provide that specialist focus in art and design. We also have another syllabus called Design and Technology, which is allowing our candidates to integrate their design skills in a creative and artistic way to generate solutions, whatever those solutions are. And so you will notice from what I've shared that culture and arts are the underpinning features of the offerings at CXC. These are the syllabuses that explicitly cover culture and arts education, but embedded in all of our other offerings are Caribbean relevant concepts and principles that will help our students to really value and appreciate their Caribbeanness and using it as the basis for understanding and exploring the world around them. I'm sharing again specific snippets from our syllabuses. And these are aims of different syllabuses that I have just sampled. One of our syllabuses aims to develop knowledge, understanding, and appreciation of the historical and cultural context of the Caribbean. Another syllabus aims to develop an appreciation of the unique relationship between Caribbean theater and cultural forms as a mode of expressing creative ideas, as well as past, present, and contemporary works and respect for diversity. Another syllabus seeks to provide foundation training for cultural entrepreneurs in Caribbean performing arts to develop the creative economy, develop a commitment to gender equity and respect for people of different ethnicities, customs, and beliefs. Because in fact, that's our lived experience within the Caribbean. We are different Caribbean nations, different ethnic backgrounds, some of us, but we have to develop the ability in our candidates to demonstrate respect and tolerance for all. Encourage the identification and design of relevant digital media solutions that address Caribbean problems and needs. Develop an appreciation of the role of language in shaping Caribbean cultural identity. Develop a respect for Caribbean cultural diversity and identities. I've just sampled a few of our aims from these. These are 6 or so, 7 syllabuses that I just sampled. But again, when you go through our syllabuses, you will recognize that all of them seek to take our students from where they are, their Caribbean cultural experience, and to build on that. I now pause for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Yeard. If there are any questions, we will be taking 2 or 3. Does anyone have a question? Yes? Can you please come to the mic?
We need you to come to the mic and to the computer in order for Norlet to hear you properly.
Good morning. My name is Jose Miguel Donata. I'm a policy advisor of the Department of Education of Aruba. Since Aruba is not member of the CARICOM, is there a kind of conducting a communication way for receiving maybe one of your products? It has to be on the governmental level or interdepartmental education level to reach to get one of those products?
Well, largely the protocol in your territory will determine how you engage us. But in engaging us, you could write to the Pro-Registrar of the Caribbean Examinations Council, and I can share that information with Ruby, who I've been in contact with.
Okay, because I've seen in your presentation the scope is local, regional, and global. And I'm very glad to see that, because in our national commission, our vision and mission is also that for the culture and arts education. So there is a certain recognition of those points. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So I'll share the contact information with Ruby, and she could pass it on.
To begin with, my congratulations with your holistic approach. I think it's beautiful. And
thank you.
I have also the question, the arts, I understood it is also optional, or is it optional for the students to choose between the art forms, or is it optional if you want to do any arts or not?
Right. So it's optional in terms of how the syllabus is designed. Now, remember, I spoke to the flexibility in how you implement at your territory level. If you want to implement and require that all candidates pursue this subject, this art subject, that is totally dependent on you. Yeah, but we offer a syllabus that, for visual arts, for example, we offer a syllabus that has a range of artistic expressions. So if students are interested in sculpting, they can do that. Ceramics, they can do that. If they are interested in painting, they can do that. Drawing, whatever their particular interest within those 9 options that we present, they have the opportunity to choose and to pursue.
And if they don't want to do any one of the forms, they don't have to?
So they don't have to, in terms of if that is how your system is set up. If your system allows for free reign in terms of how students choose their subject, then a candidate who is not interested in the arts doesn't have to. But if your system is set up in a way that requires that all candidates or all students pursue an art, then you can do that, and we have the offering to accommodate that.
So the schools determine how they were going to organize it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
On behalf of my director and us, we are so appreciative of the fact that we understood you so clearly, because I am from Statia and you offer your program, but this is the first time we as outsiders who are not in the schools understand you so very clearly and has a deeper appreciation for the CXC program. So that was a comment. We also want to
Thank
ask
you.
if there's a mechanism in place for monitoring the CXC system.
Yes, yes, there is. So we have a quality assurance approach that we utilize, and you have different phases depending on the nature of the activities. So if we have implemented, or if a new territory is implementing our products, we facilitate the training of the stakeholders. All the stakeholders involved, the teachers, we train them to understand and appreciate the CXC program that they're implementing. We also engage in stakeholder sensitization within the territory so that all relevant stakeholders, whether the policy makers, whether they are parents, the employers, so that they have an awareness of what the CXC program is about, and they have an appreciation of the kind of experience that the students will be having. After we have facilitated the training to implement, we usually engage in site visits. And that's where we go back to the territory, engage with the teachers who are implementing the program, get from them the particular challenges that they're having with the implementation and help them to work through some of those challenges. One of the mechanisms we have in place is once a territory comes on board with our products, we establish a group that's a country group, and that country group works closely with the CXC team to ensure that there's a smooth implementation. The country team and the CXC team, they maintain close contact, and we have WhatsApp groups, email messages, that we have that constant communication so that we address any challenge that emerges during the implementation of the program. Once you have implemented and you have reached to the stage of assessment, we ensure that you understand, and our exam administration department facilitates the kind of orientation you need to ensure that you're managing the exam administration process smoothly. So we have the quality assurance and the support mechanism built into each phase to ensure that there is a smooth transition as you implement.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Yerd. Yeah. Oh, sorry. One more. Last question, Ms. Yerd.
Hi, Nodlet. I'm Ruby. Finally, we see each other.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you very, very much for the explanation. And Nodlet, I want you to, if you can, please explain to our audience today, because I like the fact that you focused a lot on the Caribbeanness of all your models and syllabus you're offering. In Aruba and I think Curaçao and Bonaire, we have a lot of parents, especially, that are of the opinion that in our countries we can't use Papiamento as a vehicle language because that will be an obstacle for our children to study abroad. So I would like you to tell us um, what is your experience. You already told us you have students going everywhere. If the focusing on the Caribbeanness is indeed an obstacle for the students.
No, we have not found that to be an obstacle at all. Um, and we have students across the world in the leading Ivy League universities in the US, in the leading universities in the UK. Across the world, we have our candidates, and they're not just matriculating, they're matriculating with tremendous scholarship opportunities based on their performance at CAPE and at CSEC. And so our students are not disadvantaged at all. In many cases, they are attractive to the universities abroad because they too are trying to expand their reach and to ensure that they have a broad-based representation of different ethnic groups, people from different backgrounds, people from different geographical location. Interestingly, not just about a week ago, we got a special request from a wide group of universities within the US because they are anxious to learn how they could better partner with CXC to ensure that they are reaching more of our candidates. Because when our candidates go into these universities, the throughput rate is impressive. The candidates start, and it's not that you have the candidates by and large dropping out. You have the candidates starting the programs, finishing. And so our candidates are very attractive. And they are going to these universities with knowledge and skills that give them an advantage. In some cases, candidates get up to a year exemption based on what they have accumulated from our CAPE offering. In some cases, they get a year and a half, and these are at Ivy League universities and historically black colleges and universities in the US, for example. And in the United Kingdom, our candidates, when they matriculate into those territories, or in Europe generally, they're not required to do an additional year to bring them up to level. They matriculate as any other candidate from those European territories. So the qualifications are widely accepted. They are not disadvantaged at all. That has been our lived experience for the last 50 years. You're welcome, Ruby. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Yeard, for taking the time to present today during live stream.
Thank you so much for having me, and do continue to enjoy the rest of your conference.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Yes. And I just want to let you all know that all the presentations you see this morning will be available on collection.awe. So all the presentations you see will be available to you all with all the information as well. So our next presentation will also be via video. It will be coming from the Ministry of Education, Culture and Science of Den Haag. So if Rayan will let me know if it's set, we will continue immediately. Yes, so it's a video. We'll start immediately with it.
Culture and arts education in the Netherlands. We're sorry we can't be. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to our presentation of culture and arts education in the Netherlands. We're sorry we can't be there with you today, but we hope that this presentation will help you with some information about the situation in the Netherlands. We are here together with two, but our party who will be able to answer some questions is from 4 people. Today, my name is Ronald Cox. I'm an expert on cultural education and work at the Netherlands Center of Expertise for Cultural Education and Amateur Arts. And next to me is my colleague from the ministry, Esther.
My name is Esther Adema. I'm a policy officer at the Ministry of Education, Culture and Science. And I would like to start with the introduction of our ministry and the way culture is organized within our ministry. First, I'll introduce to you the greater picture and zoom into our organization until we reach culture and arts education. At the moment, we have 2 ministers, Robert Dijkgraaf, our Minister of Education, Culture and Science, and Marielle Pauw, our Minister for Primary and Secondary Education. Also, we have a State Secretary for Culture and Media, Fleur Greper. Together, we work to create a smart, skilled and creative environment with 4 main objectives: to ensure everyone gets a good education, to ensure that everyone is prepared for personal independence and responsibility, to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to experience and enjoy culture, and to ensure that teachers, artists and scientists are able to carry out their work. If we look at our organization chart, you can see that all the subjects we work on are divided in pillars. Education has 2 different pillars, and culture and media has its own separate pillar. Within this part of our organization, we have different directorates. For example, the Directorate of Arts and Heritage, but it also includes our National Archives and the National Cultural Heritage Agency. I would like to elaborate on the 3 directorates in red, which focus on arts, media and international policy. The Directorate of International Policy's main goal is to contribute and support national policy by looking across borders and connecting national with the international. There is a special focus on the Caribbean part of the kingdom, specifically in the fields of education and culture. Culture and arts education are part of the subjects we work on with the Caribbean part of the kingdom, together with our national partners, FCP, Cultural Participation Fund, and LKCA, Netherlands Center of Expertise for Cultural Education and Amateur Arts, and with other organizations in the work field. At our Directorate of Media and Creative Industries, we have different teams that focus on policy subjects and sectors like creative industries, media, archives, and digital transformation like e-culture. Culture and arts education is also a subject on this directory, for example, in film. The Ministry worked together with local governments and partners in the field to develop the so-called film hubs that focus on film education in schools. Another main subject for this directorate are our libraries and reading, for example, improving both reading pleasure and skills of children. Last but not least, we come to the Directorate of Arts and Heritage, where culture and arts education have a prominent place, next to, for example, monuments, museums, performing arts, and labor market. And apart from the teams, we also have programs, of which I have named the two that focus on diversity and inclusion and the development of new cultural policy. We have now zoomed into our ministry and arrived at the team Cultural Education and Participation. This is the team where my colleagues and I work at the subject of culture and arts education on a daily basis. Together with my colleagues from the Department of Education, we are working on the quality of cultural education programs in our schools for primary, secondary, and vocational education. Ronald Cox from LKCA will explain to you further how we work on culture and arts education in the Netherlands and what our policy programs look like.
Thank you so much, Esther, for this contribution about how the ministry works. I will explain shortly some of the main issues that we have on culture and arts education in the Netherlands, of which we must underline that this is the knowledge that we have at LKCA. So this is a message given from LKCA. Culture and arts education in primary and secondary education in the Netherlands is partly compulsory, which means that it's part of the official curriculum. It is an area of learning in primary and lower secondary education with a general approach to arts education, which means that there are no disciplines pre-chosen. Schools are free to choose what kind of disciplines they would like to share with their students. And it's also a general examination subject, which we call CKV, Cultural and Arts Forming, you could say, in upper secondary education, which is also a general approach focused on the personal development of the students in the fields of culture and arts education. Also, by students' choice, there's a possibility to choose for an exam subject in upper secondary education, and these are divided at the moment in 4 different arts disciplines. In other education, there's no compulsory culture and arts education, which means that in secondary vocational education, MBO, as we call it in the Netherlands, is the school's choice what they will do with culture and arts education. And also in the field of non-formal and informal education, which means outside school, it's a local choice or a private choice by parents or students themselves. We're working on curriculum development for the last 10 years, you could say, starting in November 2014, with developing new educational goals for primary and lower secondary education. Culture and arts education at the moment, the way it's developed, is largely based on an advice of Curriculum .nu, which was a phase in the process of curriculum development. Other fields may have different starting points, but for culture and arts education, we see that Curriculum .nu is a very important document. That's why I will present a bit more about it in a moment. The concept goals are to be presented this year in September and hopefully finalized at the beginning of the school year of 2026-2027, but that depends on a lot of possibilities that may happen on the way to the new curriculum. Curriculum .nu, which was a process where a staff of teachers and directors develops an advice on how the curriculum should look like, is a document which can still be found on the internet and was presented in October 2019. It had 8 large issues as main focus of the field of culture and arts education, divided in 3 main subjects. The first is the artistic creative ability, which means that students have to learn making strategies and thinking strategies to develop themselves in the field of culture and arts education. And also, part of the creative ability is the showing and sharing of your own work, learning to be a presenter, but also learning to be an audience. The other two strands are making and giving meaning and experiencing and giving meaning, where making and giving meaning is divided into artistic expression, artistic techniques and skills, and artistic innovation. Experiencing and giving meaning is divided in the artistic and cultural historic context, the purpose of the arts, and experiences of the arts. These 8 large issues form a very open body for both schools and artists to discuss with each other how culture and arts education can be best formed and how they can work together in this field. We stand at the curriculum development also with the new examination demands for the upper secondary education. This process will start from September 2024 and will end in September 2025. So that's a year later than what we have on the learning areas. What they will change is that there will probably be, because it's a process that has to start, an examination subject for all students in a general approach, which we have now also at the moment, this CQV, but also 5 examination subjects, and that's new. Of course, it's again by choice of students, but the new part is that we have similar examinations for all types of upper secondary education in the fields of visual arts, music, theater, dance, and also film will be added as a 5th subject for examination. Culture and arts education cannot be made only by schools. It's important that schools are supported, and therefore we have a supporting system which contains several essential elements as we see it. Of course, there's a national support structure in which we cooperate and to get together in the program Quality Culture Education, or in Dutch Cultura Educatie met Kwaliteit. But there's also an internal cultural coordinator who works at the school, and there are culture coaches. They work outside the school, and they work together and form the program. The elements of national support are the Ministry of OCW, which has the program responsibility, the Cultural Participation Fund, FCP, which has the funding responsibility, and the Netherlands Center of Expertise for Culture Education and Amateur Arts, LKCA, which has the knowledge and network responsibility. Together we work in a program so that all across the Netherlands, people will have the possibility, schools will have the possibility to improve the quality of their culture education at schools. If we look at the program General Education with Quality Structure, we can see that it's financed by the Culture Department of the Ministry and executed and developed by the Cultural Participation Fund. The system is that the financing is matched by local governments on a basis of equality. Cities of 90,000 or more inhabitants have their own program, otherwise the provinces will take that role for the smaller cities. It contains a structure of coordinating cultural organizations, what we call in Dutch penvoerders, for local programs based on national guidelines. And at the moment, this program only runs for the European Netherlands and the Bonaire, Esteja and Saba Islands. We're almost at the start of the 4th period of the program Cultura Educatie met Kwaliteit. It started in 2013, and as we see it now, it will run at least until 2028. The main focus is strengthening the quality and embedding of culture education in schools, which means that we look at the cooperation between schools and cultural organizations, that we stimulate expertise of general teachers and art teachers to teach inside the formal education, that we work on the curriculum development and how it is fitted into culture and arts education in schools, and we have a general supporting structure. The key players that we find in the program Quality Cultural Education are 3 organizations. The penvoerders, as I already indicated, they are coordinating cultural organizations. The schools themselves, of course, primary, secondary, and vocational education, and the cultural organizations, which can be local, regional, or national. If we look at their roles, the coordinating cultural organizations are responsible for the program on a local level and are coaching the schools. Also, they connect schools with their cultural organizations, and they share knowledge and development so to improve the quality of culture and arts education. Schools, of course, have the responsibility for culture education, but also the responsibility to develop their vision and demands on culture and arts education. Finally, the cultural organizations, of course, they have productions, they have art presentations, and they have to develop culture education material following the needs of the schools. This is very important, that the need of the school is leading and not the offer that the cultural organizations make. And for a part of the organizations counts that it's one of their subsidy conditions that they have to fulfill. The internal cultural coordinator is a member of the school. We started already in 2004 with training cultural coordinators, and now at the moment in 2024 we have over 12,000 internal cultural coordinators which are trained to work inside the schools. It's a professional development for general teachers offered by cultural organizations, which means that it's a general teacher who plays a role inside of their team, who is part of the team in school, and therefore knows the needs and the demands of their colleagues. In primary education, we already have 12,000 coordinators. In secondary education, we start in 2021, and we're still developing this course and maybe also developing it for vocational education. What are the main roles for a cultural coordinator inside the school? Of course, as Roland says, the cooperation in the school team, but also in cultural education. Another important person is the culture coach, the bridge builder in culture. They started 4 years later than the internal cultural coordinator in 2008, and we have over 700 full-time equivalents in 2024. They are building bridges between education for both sports and culture, connecting schools with their direct surroundings. They are not a part of the school team. Their main focus lies outside the schools, so they know the cultural environment of the school and is able to connect with the internal cultural coordinator who's within the school. This program is a program of co-financing with a national 40% financing and local 60% financing. The generic tasks of a culture coach are to encourage activities that contribute to accessibility to culture and arts, to know the local art and culture fields and keep in touch with them, and to connect between art and culture and other domains like welfare, offering the possibility for culture to embed really in the surroundings of the school, the surroundings of the students. The culture coach had to find their own way in this complex field, working together within the city with other parties like the cultural parties. So we'd like to give you some early start examples on how to start embedding a cultural coach in your surroundings. In the beginning, we saw that there were a lot of professional artists that started to work in school as part of the program, or that they were a coach at a professional theater, music, or dance company. Also, workers from heritage institutions and museum workers can be fine cultural coaches. You can find them in the library being media coaches, or they can be a coach at a center for the amateur arts. Also, we find culture coaches in crossover fields like urban arts, or in general as a supporter of cultural school projects. These are just examples to help you on the way to find a good embedment of the culture coach in your surroundings. Finally, we like to point out to the program School and Environment, which is also happening at the moment. It's again a program financed by the ministry, but this time by the educational department, and it's called in Dutch School en Omgeving. It's a coalition of school, local government, and other organizations, for instance, the cultural organizations. The organization Meer Muziek in de Klas, or Meer Kunst en Cultuur in School en Omgeving, supports the local cultural connection. You might know them already from the Music Impulse, which has been given to different schools in earlier years. A lot of information that we shared with you. We can imagine that you still have questions, and we're sorry that we can't answer them all. We cannot answer them all immediately, but we will be there to answer some of your questions. And otherwise, you can always send us an email. You can find our email addresses here. Thank you for your attention, and we hope you have a pleasant day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We do have a moment that we can answer some questions because they are joining us via live stream as well. Good morning. Can they hear me? Hello? Hello? Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm going to go.
Perfect. Okay. So if anyone has a question, can come sit at the laptop. Yes? Come on.
Goedemorgen, good morning. I have a question because I'm very curious. How did you arrange the ICC with the school boards, the internal culture coordinator? Because in my view, as a policy advisor at the Department of Education of Aruba, it's like creating another function in our system of handling teachers at school, and it will be a burden that's very, very heavy for us right now, because we have we have been analyzing that in our national committee also, and for us it seems to be a goal that will take more than 4 years to begin with, to start with, because even you will have to touch levels of function description and salary, etc., etc. So I don't know if you have a certain way you have done it that would be less complicated, because now we have too much complex factors that will decide that. And that's one of our goals that we are standing on for a later revision in a later stadium maybe, because it's not so easy for us right now.
Thank you for your question, and it's clear what you're asking for. We did not create a function within the school. In the European part of the Netherlands, teachers have, besides of their teaching roles, their teaching part of their function, also have some general tasks they have to perform within the school. For instance, coordinating the new computers, or coordinating the sport, or coordinating the culture. And what we did is we said, well, we can help the general teacher in this general task by training him or her, very often it's her, in doing this part of his or her function. So we did not create anything new. So we didn't ask school boards for new tasks or new functions, but we said, yes, we can improve the quality of the work that's already done. And in that sense, we started to train teachers, and they could use the basis of their own teaching and their own knowledge. Very often they are general teachers that are very much interested in culture and love to do something with culture and arts. So they felt helped and supported by such a training. And we started off from this very small beginning point. And I would say somewhere in the process, the value of this course became so important that it was acknowledged by school boards that if a teacher had this training, that he or she was better trained than the other general teachers, and therefore could earn a bit more money if it was possible within the school board. So then it helped each other in that school boards acknowledged that it's an important training, and school teachers who were able to do the training learned that they could get a smaller or a higher income on salary. So it would also stimulate the development of the course.
Yes, because I can say about the example of instituutsbegeleider, it took us a long, long time before we could accomplish that. So just imagine one ICC in each school in Aruba. So that's why I'm underlining this, I'm focusing this, because it's not we wouldn't like to achieve that, but it's not as easy as you speak. It has a lot more of, how do you say that, factors that has to be in place before we can even begin with. So that's why it's not creating another function, but you have to tell that and convince the school boards to believe you that will be their place. So that's why I'm underlining this. I believe that it could be possible, but right now for Aruba in our financial situation, the Minister of Finance is not here. It's not even thinkable right now in the 4 years to come. So that's why in our plan we have put it, but for a later stadium revision when maybe the factors are in place. So maybe I will have to talk with one of you, a kind of mechanism, etc. But right now in our vision, it's almost impossible.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think, thank you. In a short reaction, I think the starting point of the implementation is to ask the teachers who are already working in the school what they are doing on the parts of culture and arts education, and to ask these teachers who would like to be helped and informed. And I think that's the starting point, and also ask the board on how they look at it.
We have a starting point because of the Landspakket. We will have to revise and update the kerndoelen document in the school year 24-25, but still we have to comply with the 5 dimensions: people, knowledge, place, finance, and time. So it will take a while, but still, if we could get maybe an example, it could help. Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
I would like to know, because of this policy, what are the results in practice? You got much more students working with the arts and the culture. What are the, you are getting your aims you are working for?
That's a very general question. We in the program Culture Quality Education, we measure the quality of the school and not of the students themselves. That test is a practical sense. So we look at how well culture and arts education is implemented and rooted within the school system. So we look, do they have a vision on the quality of culture and arts education? Do they have enough money for culture and arts education reserved? Do they have teachers who are fit to teach culture and arts education? And we saw that with this program, the level of the quality of schools improved in the last year. So there really is a difference between schools that are active within the program and schools that are not active within the program, which means that the arts have a better place within the school. We do not measure, and of course it's hard to measure, how well students are doing their arts. But we know that they're getting more arts and that there's more connection between the cultural fields surrounding the school and the school themselves. So there's not only art within the school, but also that they encounter with professional artists, but also with amateur artists who may be a beacon or a guidance for learners to find their own way in culture and arts education.
Great, thank you. Success.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions? No? Okay. Then I would like to thank you all for being here this morning, making the presentation for us, and being available for any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being there. Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a nice conference.
And don't hesitate to contact us if you have any further questions.
Okie dokie. So our next presentation is by 3 ladies, actually. One of them could not be here, but they're from Curaçao. They are Miss Minerva Laufer, Miss Christine Breveld, and Miss Rian Hellings. Unfortunately, Miss Hellings could not be here, but I think Miss Breveld, yes. They will be presenting on their behalf, and they are art teachers with an extensive background in art education. So please help me welcome Miss Laufer and Miss Breveld.
Wat een combinatie.
Dus het makkelijkste is als we die laptop met
Ja,
een
tuurlijk.
LAN-kabel
Nee,
met een LAN-kabel kunnen aansluiten.
Anders kunnen ze het daar... Ja, hij komt er even aan.
Want wij moeten hem zelf... ja. Ik dacht, ik moet even kijken of... Als ze maar niet naar beneden gaat, is het juist. Dat is niet de juiste combinatie. Dit gaat alles zo. Christine. Oké, volgens mij zijn we zover. Dames en heren, helaas, onze presentatie zal in het Nederlands zijn, niet in het Engels. Maar we hebben geprobeerd toch wel het geheel een beetje in het Engels te projecteren voor u. Mita começar, boa tarde. Bombini, vooral natuurlijk docenten, alle docenten. Ik ben Minerva Lauver.
Ja, ik ben Christine Breveld. En we presenteren Sasson. Sasson, dat is een... wat zei ze? Nee. ja. Sasson, dat is een methode voor kunstvak, HAVO, VWO. Meestal op Curaçao, het wordt vooral op Curaçao gebruikt, maar ik heb begrepen dat er hier en daar op de andere eilanden ook nog mensen zijn die daar belangstelling voor hebben en die af en toe ook gebruiken aan de docenten. Maar het is voornamelijk voor Curaçao. En ja, we gaan, voordat we onszelf aan u voorstellen, gaan we eerst eventjes een clip laten zien.
Om een beetje de sfeer te geven van ons vak.
Ja, meteen erop klikken. Nee, gaat die open? Ja.
This is where I come from. This is where I live. This is where I'm at my most happiest.
Aruba beneden Curaçao. Killa de Tesla. Non sta vini di Caribe. I sette giro non ha di agua blau. Non sta vini di Caribe. E paraíso Aruba beneden Curaçao. Non sta vini di Caribe. Canate da mondi si muore con in frau. Non sta vini di Caribe. ABC, mi testima você so much. I let the riba pa mi tende. Mi porque dale foi você for so long. No, no, no. Trumi de mi santo na uma feri. Amaca cocktail cherry. Wasan se triba feliz. Lo sabini di Caribe. La isla chiquita donde te llama playa. Los Sabini del Caribe. Isla bonita Aruba, poner y Carsa. Los Sabini del Caribe. Isla chiquita Carsa. Los Sabini del Caribe. Isla chiquita donde te llama playa. Los Sabini del Caribe. El paraíso Aruba, poner y Carsa. Los Sabini del Caribe.
Wij komen uit het Caribisch gebied. En de methode online, Sazon, heeft het voornamelijk over het Caribisch gebied. En wij concentreren voor ons heel erg op de Dutch Antillen. Waarom? Omdat we veel met elkaar gemeen hebben. Ja? Deze 3 artiesten, wie zijn ze? We hebben allemaal kunnen horen wie ze zijn. Gion, kennen wij allemaal. Isaïs en Kilate. Het is een nieuwe, maar ook een heel minder bekend, maar de laatste tijd ook heel beroemd. Of in ieder geval in Nederland. Ze wonen daar. En ik denk dat ze apart dit hebben gemaakt. Je komt in contact met een nieuwe cultuur. Je gaat naar Nederland. En je gevoelens, hè? Je komt in contact met een andere cultuur en dan word je geconfronteerd met iets anders. Eigenlijk is het precies hetzelfde wat met mij ook gebeurd is toen ik zoveel jaren terug naar Nederland ging studeren. Cultuurshock. Ja? Zij hebben, nee, de vraag is, nee, ze hebben samen nu dit gemaakt. En de vraag is, ze willen het Caribisch gebied laten zien en ze willen hun gevoelens naar voren brengen in dit lied. Hoe brengen ze hun Caribisch zijn hierin? Pardon? Het is ten eerste in de eigen taal. Douche, bon. Wat nog meer? Met? Eigen genre. Ja, Caribische genre, ja. Aruba, Curaçao, Bonaire. We kunnen die 3 niet apart zetten, Shonang. Al denken we allemaal van mijn eiland, maar het is het mooie ervan. Je denkt vanuit je eigen eiland, maar je bent bewust dat alle 3 onderdeel van elkaar zijn. Eigenlijk alle 6. Maar omdat wij hier dichter bij elkaar zijn, praat je de hele tijd A, B, C, de 3 eilanden.
Ja. Jij hebt het een en ander al verteld.
Oh ja,
ja,
ik heb al wat gezegd.
U merkt het. De bevlogenheid van een teacher, een culture teacher van Curaçao, dat proeft u meteen bij Minerva. Wat is je drijf? Ja,
ik heb niet alles gezegd waarom we hiermee begonnen zijn.
Ja.
Ja, ik denk dat het te maken heeft met mijn jeugd. Ik had heel veel gemist toen ik naar Nederland ging. Had ik meteen door van, hey John, bepaalde informatie, bepaalde gevoelens, bepaalde materiaal, dat heb je allemaal niet gekregen, niet meegekregen toen wij hier waren op de basisschool, voortgezet onderwijs. We kregen wel wat, maar allemaal vanuit 1 perspectief. Vanuit een ander punt werd het gegeven. Dat van mij, dat heb ik gemist. Ik voelde het wel, van er is something I don't have. Ja? En op een gegeven moment ga je dan afvragen van, hoe moeten we hiermee omgaan? Want ik zie dat de jeugd, die van nu, nog minder hebben dan wat ik toen had gekregen. Hoe gaan we dit oplossen? Hoe doen we dit? Hoe krijgen we dat beetje dat nog van ons is nog steeds, dat we het kunnen overbrengen en dat elk kind trots kan zijn en zichzelf kan zijn. En eigenlijk werken aan de eigen werkelijkheid om een totaal mens te zijn. Want als je dat niet weet, als je dat opzij legt, dan ben je niet totaal. Dan ben je aan het denken als iemand anders. Ja?
Ja, wat mij betreft, ik ben niet een Curaçaose, ik ben een Surinaamse. Ik ben opgegroeid in een koloniale samenleving. Mijn eerste jaren, Suriname is later onafhankelijk geworden. Ik heb altijd belangstelling voor kunst gehad. Maar wat ik merkte is dat datgene wat je mooi vond of mooi moest vinden, je was gewoon geprogrammeerd, dat dat altijd iets is wat bepaald werd in het buitenland, in de westerse wereld. En datgene wat er in jouw omgeving ontwikkeld wordt, dat was niet belangrijk of het was in elk geval niet waardevol genoeg. Het had niet de waarde die je had. En later, vooral bij mijn studie in Nederland, ben ik me gaan afvragen. Ik heb het ook aan de docenten van de Amsterdamse Hogeschool gevraagd van hoe zit het met de waardering van kunst uit de derde wereldlanden? En ze hadden niet altijd meteen een antwoord. Ze zeiden van ja, we weten dat daar iets aan schort, begrijp je? En toen ik op Curaçao kwam, toen merkte ik, toen ik gaf lessen ongeveer, begon ongeveer 8 jaar geleden, heb ik de eerste versie van Sasson lesgegeven. En ik was zo dankbaar dat dat bestond. Het was dus nog niet, u gaat het zo meteen ook horen, we zijn in ontwikkeling. We zijn nu bij fase 3 of versie 3 van Sasson. Dus, maar ik was heel dankbaar dat er een methode was in het Caribisch gebied, waarbij de studenten of de leerlingen zichzelf kunnen ontdekken en waardering ontwikkelen voor dat wat van hun is. Ja, dat dus vandaar dat ik erbij betrokken ben op een gegeven moment. Minerva en Rianne, die zijn, laat me even.
Ja, waar vanaf het begin. Ja.
Zien, als je Ja, Rianne die is er niet bij vandaag. Zij is er niet bij. Ze is om een bepaalde redenen in Nederland. Maar zij is onze projectleider. En haar organisatie, Cookie en Co, samen met haar man, zijn wij zijn met z'n drietjes het werkteam. En ja, wij hebben de opdracht van het ministerie van Onderwijs op Curaçao om deze methode te ontwikkelen. En daar zijn we nu mee bezig in fase 3. Er zijn voordien 2 fases geweest en dat gaan we ook zo meteen uitleggen. Voordat we dat doen, gaan we even praten over de
CAV.
Ja, CAV, dus eigenlijk hoe het kunstonderwijs op Curaçao is georganiseerd. CAV betekent culturele artistieke vorming. En dat is een verplicht vak op HAVO-VWO. En de leerlingen die maken daar actief kennis met de verschillende disciplines. Film, dans, beeldende kunst, muziek, theater. En ze moeten naar voorstellingen gaan en ze moeten verslagen worden, dus receptie en reflectie. En ze moeten ook werkstukken maken, soms in groepen en soms individueel. Maar in elk geval, alle kinderen HAVO-VWO, die krijgen het vak CAV. Kunst algemeen, dat is het onderdeel waarvoor Sasson ontwikkeld wordt. En daar krijgen ze dus de theorie van Sasson. En daarnaast hebben ze ook praktijk. En dat is een examenonderdeel, tot nu toe schoolexamens. Maar we hopen dat met fase 3 dat de methode zo goed ontwikkeld is dat er ook het centraal eindexamen ook, ja, daar zijn we echt mee bezig. We vinden dat heel belangrijk. Dan, ja, waarom is het belangrijk dat kinderen kunst- en cultuuronderwijs krijgen? U hebt een beetje gehoord van hoe wij het onderwijs vroeger hebben ervaren en wat er aan ontbrak. En ik denk dat met kunst- en cultuuronderwijs die identiteitsvorming van het trots mogen zijn op wie je bent, het trots mogen zijn op jouw eigen culturele bagage, dat kunst- en cultuuronderwijs daar een grote bijdrage aan levert. En ja, ik denk dat u, als ik kijk naar de presentaties die er voordien zijn geweest, dat dat wel heel erg duidelijk is. Een digitale methode, daar hebben we voor gekozen, omdat het heel erg handig is. De kinderen zijn sowieso digitaal op het ogenblik. En als ze filmpjes willen bekijken of naar muziek willen luisteren, nou, dat kan je gewoon allemaal niet in letters uitleggen. Dus ja, vandaar dat de methode Sasson een digitale methode is. En er zijn bepaalde pdf's die gemaakt kunnen worden, waardoor ze eventueel, als ze daar behoefte aan hebben, aan schrift, dat kan. En ja, het is ook heel erg makkelijk om een digitale methode aan te passen. Als het op schrift staat, moet het elke keer opnieuw gedrukt worden. Het is heel erg duur, terwijl het op deze manier heel veel makkelijker gaat. Ja.
Ja, even geschiedenis van Sazong. History. De eerste versie kwam klaar in 2012. Het was allemaal pionierswerk. We kregen de opdracht. Toen was het nog Nederlandse Antillen, Aruba. Op een gegeven moment heeft Aruba besloten van nee, we're going our own way. En de andere eilanden, die zijn wel samen gaan werken. En in die tijd zijn we gehupt naar alle eilanden om informatie te krijgen van het hoe en wat in elkaar gaan zetten. En wat zijn de onderwerpen per eiland dat belangrijk is, dat ook komt in het geheel. Ja? In 2019, daarna zijn we overgegaan, nadat we het hebben geïmplementeerd, hebben we ermee gewerkt. De eerste versie was minder actief, minder dynamisch, maar voor in zijn tijd was het wel heel dynamisch, heel uniek. Ja? En de tweede versie in 2019, daar is er een totaal andere beeld van.
Ja, belangrijk is dat we dus met voortschrijdend inzicht bezig zijn met deze methode. Ja, want het is heel erg moeilijk om een methode te ontwikkelen waarbij je rekening houdt met wat er allemaal speelt in de samenleving, waarbij de ontwikkelingen op het gebied van kunst en cultuur ook allemaal meegenomen worden. En ja, er verandert steeds meer. Wat ook verandert, dat zijn de eindtermen. En nee, de volgende. Wat is dit nou? Ja. De eindtermen, de verlangens van de docenten, die geven ons feedback. En door die feedback, daar houden we ook rekening mee. En moeten we het ook telkens aanpassen. Ja, en dan zijn er natuurlijk ook wel ontwikkelingen in de digitale wereld. En die moeten we ook meenemen. Er is steeds meer mogelijk. Als je weet, en die studenten, die zijn soms vooruit. Hè. Soms komen ze, als ze merken dat je eventjes in de klas bezig bent om wat uit te zoeken. Van kom juf, kan u helpen? Enzovoort. En dat gaat heel makkelijk. Begrijp je? En dat is ook
de generatie
kloof. Maar goed.
Was het Z?
Ja.
Generation Z? Dat noemen we het?
Oké.
Goed, nu een kijken naar de eerste versie. Historisch gezien, het is een pagina uit de eerste versie. Als we heel goed naar kijken, dit gedeelte geeft eigenlijk een beeld van de historische context. Want je kan de historie en de ontwikkelingen in kunst niet van elkaar onderscheiden. Hè? Of uitgaan van wat zich in historisch context gebeurt, dat kun je dan ook terugzien, reflecteren in de wereld van kunst. Sinoswakbong zien we daar Aruba ook ergens staan. Waarom? We hebben het nu over de migratieperiode. Heel veel Antillianen zijn, of heel veel Curaçao, volgens mij ook van de andere eilanden, die zijn naar Cuba gegaan. Herkenning, Cuba gegaan. Daarna zijn ze teruggekomen. Wat hebben ze gedaan? De cultuur van daar meegenomen. Ja, en dat hebben ze meegenomen, als we even verder gaan. Hebben ze onder andere de muziek meegenomen. De tre, de bongo. En toen ontstonden op een gegeven moment de bongo-banda's, de groepen van bongo. In die tijd ook, de eerste groepen, die waren allemaal heel erg, hoe zeg je, ze mochten niet spelen. Omdat de bongo eigenlijk een beetje verboden was. Ja? Ja, ik hoor telkens ja. Dus
dat is herkenning.
Herkenning, zie je.
Ja.
Op een gegeven moment was ook op de eilanden, is er ook weer anders veranderd. Eerst waren wij zijn gegaan, de tijd was slecht voor ons. En toen ineens was de tijd heel goed voor ons geworden. Dat was in de periode van, op Aruba, de Lago. Toen waren wij booming. De mensen kwamen vanuit de andere eilanden naar ons toe, Curaçao en Aruba. Ja? En zo kregen we telkens prikkels en meer prikkels van andere culturen op die van ons.
Ja.
Ja? Oh, nee, toch even terug. Hè? Minder dynamisch, we konden wel met de toets. We konden wel naar achter en naar voren scrollen. En we hadden een drop-down bottom, waar je dan wel vanuit daar naar de verschillende onderdelen kon gaan. Voor die tijd nog best wel heel. En nu, versie 2. Daar zijn we best wel wat trots op, want dit is wat actiever geworden. Ja, alle plaatjes hebben achter zich ook nog meer informatie. We hadden aan de zijkant weer aandacht besteed aan de invalshoeken die van belangrijk zijn. Welke invalshoek elk kunstwerk naar gekeken wordt. Of hoe moeten we kijken naar de kunst of de kunstenaar op zich geplaatst in zijn tijd, geplaatst in zijn omgeving. Ja? We hadden meteen ook de opdracht erbij geprikt. De begrippen krijg je per pagina krijg je ook meteen uitleg van de begrippen en de genres en de stromingen. Als jullie heel goed hebben gezien, staan er 3 Arubaanse kunstenaars erop. Ha. Stanley, juist. Goed zo. Bon. Dit is een van de onderdelen waarbij aandacht besteed is van kunstenaars die zich bezighouden met of hebben gebruik gemaakt van de natuur als inspiratie voor een kunstwerk. Oké, en nu gaan we een stukje zien van de eerste pagina van seizoen. En daarvoor hebben we toen in die tijd, waren we heel fanatiek. Leerlingen, je hebt soms leerlingen die heel goed zijn. En we hebben ook gevraagd aan leerlingen om ons een handje te geven. Of om ons te helpen. Kijk even naar deze animatie. Kan het iets harder? Dat is de opening van seizoen. Niet langer dan 1 minuut. 20 seconden, goed zo. Dat was 3 seconden. Ik had hem gevraagd, niet langer dan 3 seconden. Het is 2 geworden. Klopt. Iets minder zelfs. Als we kijken naar, we gaan nog een keertje zetten. En dan vraag ik aan het publiek, kijk even goed naar de beelden, maar luister ook goed. Want het is Caribisch. Het geeft wat van nos. Oké. Pardon? 16 lessen, kleine zelfs. Maar goed, belangrijk is dat ze wel hebben kunnen geven aan ons wat de bedoeling is. Ja? Een banaan die een cactus wordt. Oh, muziek valt hier op. Maar even, hebben jullie de krabben gezien? Elk krab had een eiland op zich, hè? Oké, muziek. Wie kan daar iets over zeggen? Is muziekdocent? Ja. Aha, nee. Dans, oké.
Muziek, dus de opzet begint met de 9e symfonie van Beethoven en dan gaat het door naar Marokko. En van de Marokko gaat het naar de dus het was een hele mix van Caribische ritmes.
Juist, juist. Het begint met de Europese invloed, daarna de Afro-invloed en aan het eind hebben we gewoon de mix van het Caribisch gebied erin. En allemaal leerlingen hoor. We wisten van, oh, die speelt goed in de band. Ben ik gaan vragen van, hey, kan je ons even helpen? En op die manier is het heel veel dingen die we erin hebben, soms door hen gemaakt. En Quintly Barbara is nu ook een heel bekend, beroemd artiest in Nederland geworden. Het is een masje famoso met zijn werken. Ja?
Nou, dit is eigenlijk een stukje van de introductie, wel in het Nederlands. een stukje van de introductie van Sazon, waar het over gaat. Het gaat niet speciaal over een bepaalde periode in de geschiedenis, maar het wil vooral bepalen, of de leerlingen helpen bepalen wat hun identiteit is. Vandaar deze tekst ook. En dat we kennis hebben, dat we perspectief hebben vanuit onze eigen erfgoed, vanuit onze eigen kunst en cultuur. We kijken niet met een westerse blik of een Noord-Amerikaanse blik of een Zuid-Amerikaanse blik. We kijken vanuit onze eigen blik naar kunst en cultuur. En de vraag aan hun is dan, wat is nou dat eigene? En in de module 1, want module 1 is echt alleen maar om die awareness op te wekken bij de studenten. En we vragen dan, wat is het eigene? En we behandelen dan verschillende onderwerpen. We gaan straks een stukje de inhoudsopgave zien. En aan het einde vragen we ze dan, wat is dan dat eigene? Ben je erachter gekomen wat het eigene is? En we doen dat om ze te activeren, zodat zij zelf een mening daarover gaan vormen. Ja, oké. En dan hebben we nu Avantia Damberg. Dat is een hele bekende artiest. Zij is echt een ster in wording, een beeldend kunstenaar. En we hebben in module 1, en dan gaan we zo meteen zien, ik ga de methode weer openen.
Ja,
waar ze dus...
Voordat je verder gaat, als we even kijken aan de zijkant hier. Daar staat ook de onderdelen die terugkomen in seizoen. De invalshoeken worden niet alleen in de hoofdstukken, telkens komt die naar voren, maar er is ook nog een extra onderdeel in seizoen, waarbij ook uitleg gegeven wordt. Kinderen kunnen zelf naar de verschillende onderdelen van de invalshoek gaan met voorbeelden van kunstenaars in het Caribisch gebied. Wij proberen voornamelijk vanuit, in dit geval nog steeds Curaçao, maar we kunnen het niet alleen Curaçao's houden, want we moeten toch rekening houden met de andere eilanden, ook met de andere eilanden ertussen. Ja? En soms neem je ook dingen van andere plekken. Hoe moeten we verder?
Even waarom dit is scrollen en niet.
Als docent kom je soms met dingen van je hebt iets gemaakt, op geen moment. Technisch gaat er iets niet helemaal. Maar we doen het zo.
En dan krijgen we hulp van
ons tekst is weg hoor.
Volgens mij scroll je naar de andere. Hier. Ja, en hier is Avantia, toch?
Ja. Een stukje van Avantia. We gaan niet helemaal naar luisteren, maar een stukje maar. Er waren 2 vragen. Wat is voor jou identiteit? En de tweede vraag.
Ami, local pamita é característico de Caribe tá bota roupa por fora, dorpo e weer tá pidi para botar a fora. Então nós na Curaçao rural, olha lá na Mico Caribe, algemeen, pide dat um lugar para fora, então die komen naar Banilambang of de natureza, então Ribacaya. Dus, en toen hoe ik zei, dopo é solo que se gebruikt, é colônia que sale mais forte. Dus, nós temos tendência de sempre atrair na colônia. Pero essa é a dor nos blues, eigenlijk. É colônia que sale forte, então essa é a rondona nós. Pero obvia tem pintura na que se na gente pede para colorido. Não pede caribense, eles têm color, falta color. En na verdade, eu me coisa cansada, pessoal, juist me gusta. Não trago muito color bright, pero é algo assim que muita raia que nós mesmos caracterizar, nós mesmos conhecer.
Dat was Avantia. Het is in het papier 5 minuten left. Lady. Ha, te snel er doorheen.
Oké.
Ik weer even naar...
Ja, nou goed. We wilden nog even het verschil tussen... Ja? Het verschil tussen module 1, versie 2019 en module 1, de nieuwe versie waar we nu mee bezig zijn. Dan ziet u een verschil, dat is dat voortschrijdend inzicht. Hè? Waarbij je dus ziet dat de titel, we zijn gaan nadenken over is het Caribische realiteit versus identiteit. Nee, het is en in die identiteit. Begrijp je? En dan, ja, dat is aangepast. En dan Takembota, dat is een nummer waarmee de module start. En die gaan we ook eventjes laten
Als je
horen.
bezig bent, dan kom je soms met dingen tegen. Hè? Je komt dingen tegen. Tegenvallen hebben we Juno Tekla gevonden met een heel prachtig muziek.
Ik hoop niet dat er weer reclame eerst komt.
Ja.
Oeps. Nee, dat is...
Junior te clavó mucha na casa sin dar chevadede. ¿Ah? Arriba cae a mitad investigar, concientizar, iluminar, 3 en con cultura para nos liberar. Doble R, genio musical, vos no te quiere. Baby, foge pose pa' vos crece. Suje pose bon, después vos mix.
Juno Tekla geeft aan precies wat wij ook belangrijk vinden. Je cultuur is belangrijk. Zorg dat je je eigen mensen naar voren brengt, voordat je anderen naar voren brengt. En stop met imiteren. Dat is een beetje de inhoud van zijn lied. Nee.
Oké, nou hier hebben we de tekst van het nummer. Ja.
Een stukje ervan.
Ja, een stukje van de tekst. En hij, wat je later in het nummer merkt, is dat hij de jonge mensen van Curaçao, of eigenlijk dat heel Caribisch gebied, echt aanspreekt en zegt van, weet je wel wie je bent? Laat zien wie je bent. En neem niet constant door over. Kopieer niet voortdurend van wat je uit Amerika krijgt, maar weet wat je waard bent en laat zien wat van jou is. En dit soort dingen vinden we heel belangrijk, dat de studenten zich daar ook van bewust zijn. Vandaar dat we de module daarmee beginnen, omdat dat eigenlijk, in module 1 is dat eigenlijk, dat staat centraal. Ja, we hebben niet veel tijd meer om uitgebreid in te gaan op. Ja?
Ja, structuur van versie 2 en versie 3 naast elkaar. We kunnen meteen zien dat er extra punten bij zijn gekomen. Ja.
Ja.
Additionele.
Ja, dus wat erbij gekomen is in module 3, dat is voor de studenten zijn we bezig om de verwerkingsopdrachten te formuleren. Die waren er eerst niet en die moeten ze helpen om het gewoon beter te verwerken. En er komt ook een teachers manual erbij. En wat er ook bij komt is een timeline. Waarom? Omdat die methode niet chronologisch is, thematisch opgezet. En bij een thematische opzet verliezen ze soms de chronologie. Om ze te helpen daarbij hebben we dan een timeline en elk onderwerp en begrip dat opgezocht wordt, dat kan dan in die timeline, daar kan je dan eigenlijk de chronologie wel zien. Ja. Hier hebben we dan de inhoudsopgave van versie 3. En daar zien we dan aan de ene kant zie je de onderwerpen, wetenschappers die aan het woord over cultura, identiteit. We besteden aandacht aan de geschiedenis. We besteden aandacht ook aan de filosofen en degenen die hebben nagedacht in de loop der tijden over de Caribische identiteit.
Caribische filosofen, hè?
Ja, Caribische filosofen. En dan hebben we de disciplines, dat wil ik toch ook even zeggen, die disciplines aan de rechterkant. En daar zie je dat er voorbeelden zijn van alle disciplines. En dat krijg je in elke module, komt dat terug. Ja, voorbeelden van de disciplines. Maar die voorbeelden die we hebben uitgekozen, die hebben allemaal betrekking op de inhoudsopgave van het stuk, van de module zelf. Ja, grote uitdaging, maar het is fijn werk. Oké, en wat zijn de uitdagingen, Minerva?
Ja. How can we work towards the most complete material possible for our students? Hoe kunnen we zo goed mogelijk aan materiaal komen om een compleet verhaal te geven aan onze kinderen? Nou, not echt iedereen meer beluisteren.
Wie kan jou...
We willen graag een materiaal maken dat compleet is. Wat ik niet heb gekregen, wil ik dat anderen wel krijgen. Het moet een compleet verhaal zijn. En het verhaal kan alleen compleet zijn wanneer wij het samen maken. Want ik praat ook vanuit mijn perspectief Curaçao. Maar ik weet dat ik de ander niet los kan maken. Maar ik heb niet alle informatie van de anderen. En dat heb ik dan nodig van de andere eilanden. Zodat onze kinderen een compleet verhaal krijgen en niet van een ander. Ken je?
Ja, we gaan door.
Wat zei je? Nou, ik ben al 3 keer gekomen hoor. 3 keer gekomen. De eerste keer weet ik dat men wou de eigen weg nemen. Dat mag, geen probleem. De tweede keer zijn jullie naar ons gekomen. Hebben gevraagd om te komen. Ruby heeft ervoor gezorgd dat ze konden komen. Zijn langs gegaan naar alle scholen. Gekeken naar de informatie. Heel leuk, alles. Maar daarna is het weer... Ja, en de derde keer was ik hier op het eiland ook en heb ik met de minister gesproken van hey, dit is het, dit hebben we, wat vindt u ervan, kunnen we iets samen doen? Ja? Nee. Ja.
Ja. Absoluut.
Tuurlijk, dat staat er ook in. Dit is alleen maar 2 pagina's die we eruit hebben gehaald. Ja. Aha.
Ja. Eigenlijk bent u ons een beetje voor geweest, want we hadden een vragen- en een feedbackronde aan het einde van dit alles. En dan wordt het door de microfoon, dus dat is het. Maar goed, ik denk inderdaad dat het belangrijk is dat elk eiland zijn eigen kanon heeft. Zijn historische kanon en zijn kunstculturele kanon. En dat die methode dan, want dan is dat hele systeem eigenlijk bestaat al. En die informatie die bij moet komen of die aangepast moet worden, dat kan dan heel makkelijk gebeuren. Begrijp je? Aangevuld of aangepast. Dat kan altijd. Ja. Juist.
Zo compleet mogelijk.
Ja. Want we zitten er ook aan te denken dat Sasson niet alleen belangrijk is voor de leerlingen. Sasson is eigenlijk belangrijk voor de bevolking, de hele samenleving. Want er is behoefte aan die informatie en het is er eigenlijk niet. Dus we zitten er ook aan, we moeten eigenlijk ook gaan werken aan een methode die gewoon, want nu bijvoorbeeld, niemand kan zomaar inloggen in die methode. En dan moeten we een code krijgen, desnoods tegen betaling of iets dergelijks, voor andere mensen die niet per se aan de school verbonden zijn, om die informatie toegankelijk te maken voor hen. Ja.
Cultuur en kunst. Sta even op.
Ja. Voor de opname.
Ja, dus om om zo compleet mogelijk te kunnen zijn, bijvoorbeeld op Aruba hebben wij een minpunt dat veel CKV-docenten bepaalde informatie missen voor wat het eigen betreft. En dat zou goed kunnen zijn als er kracht gebundeld wordt voor wat dat betreft. En van daaruit een link maken naar wat jullie hebben als algemeen iets voor alle eilanden. Dus dan kan je tenminste een beeld geven van wat er intern in elk op elk eiland gebeurt. En van zo net zei ik, die context, historische context is heel belangrijk. Want voor Cuba hadden wij ook andere ervaringen. Althans, ik kan praten voor Aruba, mijn eiland. En er kwamen al elementen binnen. Het was niet alleen maar Cuba. Daarvoor hadden we Colombia en Venezuela, Suriname en Curaçao. Dus er zijn bepaalde contexten waar je toch vanaf het begin... Helaas zijn onze grootouders niet meer, althans de mijne niet. Want dan kunnen ze vertellen van, weet je wat, die en die elementen hebben ze meegenomen vanuit Colombia, die en die elementen vanuit Venezuela. En dan kan je van daaruit voortborduren en komen tot een zo compleet mogelijk iets. Ja?
Ja.
Dank je. Sorry voor mijn hele
Nee.
ratje toe.
Wij gaan ervan uit, er is iets, er is een basis, er is een begin. Ja. En wat toegevoegd kan worden vanuit de Arubaanse gemeenschap, de Arubaanse kunstwereld aan toegevoegd, of juist verbeteren. We moeten wel beginnen. We kunnen niet blijven wachten, dat is het. Wij zijn gewoon begonnen, pionierswerk. Er was niks. We hebben echt in de bibliotheek gezeten, we zijn echt naar verschillende plekken gegaan, interview gehouden met de bovenwindse eilanden. Je moet ergens beginnen en nu is er iets. En daarmee kunnen we, het is nu inderdaad veel meer vanuit de Curaçaose gemeenschap, maar de bedoeling is dat we het verder aanvullen en dat het iets wordt dat jullie ook zouden kunnen gebruiken. Het is er al. Ja, time out.
Unfortunately, sorry.
Bedankt voor jullie aandacht. En we hopen samen station in de toekomst.
Sowieso.
If you're a business owner, then animated explainer videos are the best way to capture attention, get more followers, and drive more sales. They're engaging to watch, super shareable, convert better.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brevel. Thank you, Ms. Laufer. We're going to take a break right now. But I want to just give the live stream a heads up that we will be taking a 30-minute break. We'll be back with the next presenter. For our guests here right now, the lunch break will begin right now, 30 minutes. I understand from the organization that there was a miscommunication on behalf of the catering, and they didn't bring a lot of bread. So if everyone could just take one sandwich, and I understand that later on they will bring the rest. So in the coffee break, we'll have some more. Okay, thank you so much, and we'll see you in 30 minutes.
Nee, ik vind het jammer, want ik vind het wel interessant.
Ja, maar ja, zo is het. En ik denk dat we toch iets hebben over.
En sowieso, we gaan de slides en zo online zetten, zodat ze
Ja.
En jullie hebben ook in jullie contactinformatie de slides waarschijnlijk?
Ja, nou, nee, niet in de slides. We hebben alleen maar onze achtergronden, weet je wel.
Oké.
Maar
we kunnen het wel doorgeven, misschien op de website.
Ja.
En als ze vragen hebben, ja, je weet wel, en daar kan je weer samenwerking gaan.
Ja, precies. Dank je wel.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and are ready for our next round of speakers. We will begin with our next speaker, who is Elizabeth Veldblom. She is representing the Council of Bonaire, and I would please ask to welcome her to the stage.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Bon tardi, bon simang. And I'm not sure if we still have participants in the European Netherlands, but otherwise, good evening. Okay, my name is, sorry? Oh, okay. Goedenavond. Ruby Ekmeijer, the chairwoman of the work group for the four-country consultation for culture and arts education, has requested that I kick off this afternoon session in which we will go into a little bit more detail about what is happening in the Caribbean Netherlands. She also asked me to zoom in specifically on culture and it's supposed to be Cultuur, Educatie met kwaliteit, the Culture, Education and Quality Grant Program and the Culture Coach Program. The details of how that unfolded on Bonaire is what I'm going to share with you today. And she also asked me, how are we supposed to introduce you? And I see familiar faces and some people that I don't know yet. I think it is necessary to briefly tell a little bit more about my position. Next slide. And this is not because I like talking about myself, but this is because some clarity or clarification is necessary. Even on my name tag, there's a Dutch flag, but I want to emphasize today, I do now work for the government of Bonaire. I am a portfolio advisor to the Commissioner's Bureau, which means that within the Executive Council of Bonaire, I help to assist in policy implementation and development. So before taking on this role as of February of this year, I was working for the Dutch Ministry of Education, Culture and Science, based on Bonaire, within the Rijksdienst Caribisch Nederland. So working for the ministry for almost 7 years has given me a lot of knowledge about the national legislation and policies in relationship to the islands. It's okay. Is this better? Oh, this is really close. Okay, and when I had the opportunity to serve on a more local level, it was a very natural and logical choice for me to say yes to the opportunity last February. Why? In a nutshell, also thinking of Minerva and Mevrouw Breveld's presentation just now, to summarize it, family. I had one of my children born on Bonaire. The other two went off to the Netherlands to study. But when it comes down to it, where are your roots? What do you feel is your cultural identity? And if I look at my own, we are so spread out over this region, including Suriname also, that we have to sometimes ask ourselves, what is the local reality that we're supposed to be engaging with in order to know what our own cultural identity is? So bezig gaan met je eigen werkelijkheid, to refer back to the last presentation, is part of the reason why I chose for the next step in my career. Next sheet. And one of the things that I was able to collaborate on recently, this is a sentence translated from the Bestuursakkoord, the administrative agreement that was signed only last Tuesday. So we had the State Secretary of Kingdom Relationships on Bonaire, and Curaçao, Aruba, and Sint Maarten, they have their landspakketten, in which they determine what the agreements are with the national government. And on a local level for Bonaire, Saba, and Statia, we have bestuursakkoorden. And for the bestuursakkoord of Bonaire, we are able to state that language, culture, and social identity are closely interwoven within people and landscapes. So protecting culture, heritage, and our shared history, and incorporating that in policies that we're developing right now is a high priority on Bonaire. Next sheet. So culture, education, and quality, and the Culture Coach grant systems, or programs, they didn't come right away when we entered into a new governance structure with the Netherlands. So as of 10-10-10, everyone here, most everyone knows that we had a shift in the governance structure within the Dutch Antilles. The islands of Bonaire, Saba, and Statia became municipalities, while Curaçao, Aruba, and Sint Maarten maintained a more autonomous position as countries within the kingdom. This change meant that the islands of Bonaire, Saba, and Statia have a more close working relationship when it comes to things like education and justice system and other areas. Culture was always something upon which was stated that the local government is leading in that. So for a long time, there was a silence. It was only recently in 2019 that we were allowed to look more closely at opportunities for working together. And the reason for that being primarily because priority was given to education. Schools had to attain a certain basic quality level before we could enter discussions into collaborating in a cultural sense. So in 2020, that's when we had the first ever training of the LKCA on Bonaire, and that was provided for all 3 of the islands. We had, I think, Rosabelle Blake. I'm not sure if she also attended. Did you attend?
No, a colleague did.
Yes.
I came on just after that.
Ah, okay, that's how it was. And from Saba, we had someone from the Child Focus Center, and from Bonaire, we had Mr. Sechni Bernardina, who was in the room just now. There he is. So we had a nice big group of people representing the schools, employees of schools, but also employees of cultural organizations, and also persons of interest who were interested in becoming more supported in terms of how to connect the cultural offerings on the island to students. So internal culture coordinators, the Dutch term interne cultuurcoördinatoren, that's the first time that they were facilitated in this way. And then, you see the squiggly line? That's where COVID hit. So the intention was to give it a kickstart and to also use that training as a forerunner for implementing the CMK grant program. But COVID struck, and the network that we were hoping to have a nice start to, it kind of stayed quiet for a long time. So the grant program, it was introduced on the 3 best islands. It's a 4-year grant scheme, as the Alcacia mentioned earlier in a previous presentation. The grant scheme, it's now being carried out by ACE Foundation on Bonaire, which is Arts, Culture, and Education. I'm not going to tell a lot about that because he's going to introduce his initiatives himself. But it has been going well. It's the first ever 4-year program in the Caribbean Netherlands. So bit by bit, we are trying to claim more of the available programs in the Dutch community so that we will have equal opportunities on the islands. The first Culture Coach grant availability was only recently available in 2023, where we also enlisted the national government to apply this scheme for Bonaire and Statia and Saba, because we are also lacking capacity to be able to make moves. I heard someone mention that it's very difficult when you're only working with volunteers to give certain activities a real chance of survival. So the Culture Coach is a grant scheme. It's available for 3 years, and there will be an evaluation in order to see how was it implemented and what kind of effects were achieved. So the action plan for the CAA collaboration within the Caribbean region and in relation to the Netherlands is something that we were gathered for this week, and we're hoping that all of these current developments will contribute to being able to collaborate more in the region. So are there in this phase any questions for me? Otherwise, I'm going to hand it over to the colleagues of the 3 islands who will go into more depth about what is happening on their islands.
Just about the financial part, how are they paid, the coaches? By
The national government has provided for a period of 3 years full funding for 3 people, culture coaches positions on Bonaire, 2 for Sint Eustatius and 1 for Saba.
And after that, no.
Well,
depends.
As I mentioned, it depends on the evaluation also to see how the monies were applied and if it had positive effects.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Well then, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Veldblom. Our next speaker, so we don't have 1, 2, but we have 4. We have, first of all, Shagan Martin and Sharmina Jones from, let me see, Seba, right? Yes, Seba. And we also have Vigenti DeWitt from Statia. And okay, well, apparently we have 5 then. And we have also Stephanie Bernardina from Bonaire. So I would like to ask Shagan Martin and Sharmina Jones to join me on stage. Welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shagan Martin, and I'm here with my colleague Sharmina Jones. Together, we are representing the public entity SEBA. I am the policy advisor for culture and education, and Sharmina is the culture coach. Next slide. So together, we both work at the Department of Community Development, and as of October 2023, we added culture to this department. This is the first time that the public entity has a focus on culture. And within this department, there are a few areas, so there is a lot of crossover collaboration. There is an area of social work, domestic violence, preventative youth and family care, a Best for Kids program, and a Youth 13+ program. This is where we get all of our co-funding budgetary needs from for our culture and education initiatives. Next slide. Currently, I am working on a culture policy for the island. This came out of a needs assessment together with OCWA, public entity, and the local stakeholders on the island. Through the Faro Convention, funding is becoming available for the development of this culture policy, which is really putting the community at the forefront of developing the policy. SEBA has a population of 2,000 people, but we have around 60 nationalities on the island. So our SEBAN identity is a bit mixed currently. In this policy, we hope to cherish what we have as SEBAN identity, but also celebrate all of the nationalities that make SEBA home. Next slide. In 2020, as Elizabeth mentioned, the SAMECA funding scheme became available. At that time, I was a teacher at the high school on SEBA. The director at the time saw a need to bring cultural education to the institution. And with the opportunities that became available through SAMECA, we worked on a project proposal and submitted this to Funds for Cultural Participation. And the high school became the penvoerder, so the lead party. Behind the lead party, there is a coalition of stakeholders and organizations on the island who support and help build the plan for cultural education with quality. The public entity was responsible for signing off onto this plan. And at the time, because no focus was really paid onto cultural education, we were really starting from scratch within the schools. We developed a steering committee on cultural education. This involved
Up, up, up. Loud, and then stop. Ready? 1, 2, 3, and.
And you'll notice in the video, some of these instruments aren't part of the regular orchestra. So the same CAF funds were used to purchase the guitars, the keyboards, and so on, some of the local instruments as well.
Maintaining an overview of cultural initiatives in the community, promoting the Sabre Culture Calendar. Stakeholder engagement. Host regular stakeholder sessions, survey directors across the 3 schools on the island regarding needs for cultural education activities, collaborating with stakeholders to organize and execute cultural events, also participate in the LKCA training sessions. Next. Okay, one of the foundations and after-school activities that I work with is The Spot, is a teen center where kids can go by and hang out and do different activities. Things that I have been working on thus far with the kids are hosting baking workshops, youth oral mural project, and girls' night. This way the girls can come together and discuss ideas of what they would like. And one of the ideas was to have a teen culture pageant. So that's what we will be having this year in October. Also, upcoming projects I will be doing baking traditionally, and then the Miss Teen pageant, and we have a few summer activities. And as you can see, this is the mural that the youths recently did. It was all their idea, and we brought it to life on the mural, because it was just a big blank space, so we thought, hey, this would be great. And what really stand out is that there is currently a situation where the goats are being taken away, and the kids made it clear they wanted the goats on the mural. So we heard their voices. Next, I also help out Child Focus. It's also an after-school activity center, but for the smaller kids. Recently, I assisted with a music workshop where the children created a song with Mega D Foundation from St. Eustatius, and we recorded it. As you can see in the first picture, we took them to Statia where they went to Mega D's studio and they recorded a song. It's very nice, but it isn't out as yet. And true, CMK kids are involved in saber lace, craft workshops, and steel band classes. Also in the slides you can see we had like an exchange with the kids so they can get to work with other children from other islands. So after the studio time, we went to Megadi's Center and the kids got to interact with other kids and play different games, and in the Life Center and Cultural Scavenger Hunt. In the first picture you can see Miss Peggy Barnes. She's teaching the kids how to do the saber lace. The kids are really into it, surprisingly, especially the boys, which is good. And up above, you can see one of the kids. We were at the government building, and they were painting anything from what they saw. And the last slide is myself, because I always make sure and use what I like to do, cultural, with the kids, and that is making the Johnny cakes. And they really enjoyed that also. Next is the Sabre Heritage Center. I assisted in organizing the Dutch Caribbean Heritage Conference on Sabre and volunteered for the walking tour of the Bottom, the capital of Sabre. Upcoming projects include Oral Sabre History Project, a collaboration between the high school and Sabre Life Center. We are trying to document the older folks with their stories because a lot of them are not staying around. So we're trying to work on that to get as much as information as soon as possible. I will one more. Work exchange to Statia. Engage in a work exchange on St. Eustatius to learn about the best practices. identified opportunities for collaboration, including the newly developed underwater heritage trail and the possibility of having Sabre Snorkel Club visit. This is what we worked with Figenti, who will be up next. Events.
So there's a number of events that the department either hosts themselves or we support stakeholders with carrying out. And because there's an increased participation in cultural activities throughout the full year, there's also an increase in participation by students in these events. So looking forward to Emancipation Day, we have the youth involved in some skits, poems, and dances.
Yep.
We also have a Youth Performing Arts Weekend Festival coming up the end of June in collaboration with the Lyricist. We also have other stakeholders like the Child Focus Activity Center on the Spot, who will have performances of steel pan, dance class, and djembe drumming. In November, we have a Cultural Awareness Week where we will have small group workshops on Sabre lace, traditional baking items. I'm not sure if we'll do questions now or at the end. Yeah? Okay. If there's any questions.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not sure it's a question, but I agree with Juliette. I commend you for the beautiful work you're doing.
Thank you.
And I also, I kind of feel a little bit emotional about this. Because I really love, and I know maybe the voyage between the three islands is not always easy, because the wind and the seas are rough sometimes. But at least you can get to each other. And us, the ABCs, as you just saw in the presentation of Minerva, our kids, they make beautiful things together.
Yeah.
And even if I don't know who I'm saying this to, it's just venting that we don't have that opportunity to, or maybe we do, but it's very costly to get our kids from one island to the other. And it's sad because it's a huge missed opportunity for our children. It's something that we had in generations before, but economics, greed, whatever, is making it impossible for us to have that. So I really do wish that you guys cherish that you guys do have that opportunity.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Helped you reach this. I have been listening, and it comes to funding, and it comes to funding. So
funding.
At least two. Funding is one.
Funding, number one. And then number two, I would say the willingness to cooperate to make things happen.
Okay, so that means the commitment.
The commitment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shagan and Sharmina. I think we were all moved by that presentation, but it's not over yet because we also have Fijanti DeWitt and Eurisha Blake from Stacia who are gonna now present their side of the story.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eurisha Blake. I represent St. Eustatius, the Golden Rock. I am here today in many different capacities now that I think about it. I work with the public entity of Statia as the youth participation coach, but today I'm here representing Gateway to Success. We are the foundation that work with the SAMCAP project. And today I want to tell you something about what we've been doing. So our theme is stepping back, moving forward. And now next one. And this was chosen because of this. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with one single step. And these are the steps to the quill. We have a big mountain there. You should come and climb it. But we always hear, you know, you need to take a step forward and you need to take a step, just start. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to tell you how old she's making. Stop. But Miss Rosabelle Blake is the founder of the Gateway to Success Foundation and also the pen voter for the SAMCAP project. So I'm going to let her tell you about our foundation.
Good afternoon to everyone. I was already introduced, and thanks for the birthday wishes. I'm going to just tell you quick. I was born here 60 years ago. So I am back to celebrate my 60th birthday. Tomorrow. The SAMCAP project came about when the culture department asked for a foundation to do it. At first, I was the president of the museum. So when they came, I said, no, I'm no longer that. So they said, but we just need a foundation. So I said, okay, I do run a foundation. I'm the director of the Gateway to Success Foundation, which is a learning institute, but right now we focuses on reading. Because we realize in the community that a lot of kids fall through the cracks when they can't read or they can't keep up in school. So we are ranging now from, we have about 50 plus kids that come through the program Monday through Thursday. So we do that. I also work at the public library. Yesterday, 2 days ago, made me 35 years working there. Mm-hmm. So I do a lot. I am also part of a committee that focuses on culture. That's where I knew Elizabeth from, first of all, drumming and guitar. This is when we got the drums. This is one school that they were just showing the drums that were to be part of the project. So this is the Bethel Methodist School with some of the drums. Unfortunately, it took us a while to get, after there was COVID, certain things wasn't able to be done, but we were fortunate after to get the drumming started, and that went pretty well with Mr. Boseman. He was then the music teacher on the island. We now don't necessarily have someone to do drumming, but I just met a gentleman who's going to do it. So we're doing well in that department. We had steel pan, we also had vocal coaching, but because it was difficult to do vocal coaching with a mask, that had a setback. So we're hoping after the new school year to start right away with that. The SAMCAP project was unique to us because we normally go and tell people what we want to bring to the schools, but the schools were able to tell us what they want. And we are happy that Gateway to Success has been the foundation who's still able to carry out the SAMCAP project and hope to continue for the next few years, which they told me still 2028. So that was my part for Gateway to Success and the SAMCAP project.
Thank you. So as Rosabelle So as Rosabelle stated, because I think it was important, we started small, just with 2 schools. In total, there are 5 schools on the island, 4 elementary and 1 high school. And it was a struggle just getting through that one part about steel pans. And when I look at my colleagues on SEBA, we are jealous. We are super jealous. But I have something to say just now. But it was a struggle just to get them from Trinidad, to get them to the island. It was a thing. And what we learned from that is that it's okay. We're a small island and that we can do big things. Because next slide. This is a SAMCA project today. Station children look at art in a used to look at art in a very small lens. We saw music, we saw dance, we saw singing, and that was it. But we were able to bring something new to the table. We recently found out that Statia even has its own clay. So we're working right now, as we speak, on digging it up because the University of Leiden found a small plot, and we're gonna see if it works because they did this. And the unique thing about the SAMCA project, it's not just for the good, the ones who are good at it. It's for every single child. Every single child in the schools that chose pottery gets exposed to it. And of course, some kids hate it. They don't like it and they complain, but we also have the children who want more. And it was the same thing with the guitar. And it was the same thing with the dance. And we saw that just from teaching something in the classroom, something beautiful came. I have to say, because we don't have a video, unfortunately, but I have to say that after months and months and months, I think more than a year actually, of trying to get the steel pans to the island, they finally came. And last year in November, for the Statia, the week of activities, we were able to have a performance done by children on the steel pan. And that was something that our director, Mrs. Carol Jack, is obsessed with. She loves steel pans. And it was a proud moment to see children on stage being able to do something that hadn't been done since I was in elementary school. And I know I look young, but I'm not that young. So for us, SAMCA is about our impact. It's about exposure. It's about history. Statia is one of the most, the most historical islands, I think, in the Caribbean when it comes to us being the main port, even over Curaçao at a point in time. And that yielded so much that we weren't able to tell our children. We look at the negativity from slavery, and we tried to push it away for so long. But now, we're taking a step back, but we're moving forward, and we're able to say the pots that your ancestors had to carry was made there, and you can make it too. The music that you play, the instruments that you learn came all the way from Africa, and you still get to do it now. And that is a beautiful thing that we are able to give to our children just through this amazing fund. We are able to give true education. Now I know everyone here knows that education is about imparting knowledge and it's systemic and you learn it in school. But when you Google it, there's a second definition that is called enlightenment. We aim to give our children light. There's been so much darkness in our history, but we want to show them that they are the light. And that's what we've been doing with our SAMCA project. We have been able in our little small community to teach children how to play guitar. Now, purchasing these guitars, I didn't know that they came this small. When I saw the invoice, I was quite confused. But it showed us something that we didn't know was possible. we saw small children saying, no, you have to go to G. And I was like, what? No, teacher, and then we had children coming to church now and wanting to play the instruments because we did it in school. And now we have children who are saying, you know what I can do? I know how to play the drums. And you know what I can do? I know how to dance. And I'm going to dance like sign language. And it's these small things that we hear, especially from the elementary school students because they're cute. When you hear them and when you see them present at school something that they learned just from the CMCA project, it's amazing. We've been able to integrate our lessons into the actual lesson plan. It took time, and it still takes an extreme amount of time sitting with the principals and making a clear plan on how to move forward. But art is taught in school. And for a long time, especially with the basiskwaliteit from the inspectie, we've been, pushing art aside, pushing music aside. But now we're able to tell the teacher, well, in kindergarten or in group 1 and 2, you need to check the fine motoriek. Let them play in dirt, right? Let them play in clay. And we're able to have the teachers see how important it is. So we've been able to passively teach our teachers something that wasn't done before. When we have locals come in, we have a carpenter who we were shocked that he was so good with kids, and he comes in and he was able to teach them how to saw things and make little tops that, were from the olden days, like carving. And it's amazing because I didn't get to do that at school. And I get to see children now being able to do it. How to overcome challenges through positive collaboration? Well, that is something that we've had to learn, because when we face pushback and when the principals and the teachers are telling us, absolutely not, we're unable to do this, we've thought of new things. We also, as a CMCA, have not been able to always fulfill every wish and every need. But on our island, we're blessed to have people who come together. And in the next slide, you're going to see the Governor of the Graff School, and that is our public entity school. They wanted to do mural painting. And the mural painting was not going as planned for the CMCA. So our foundation had a little bit of difficulty. But then, Stacia doet. We all do it in our kingdom. And so even when we weren't fully able to fulfill a need and a wish, because the school had already seen how important it was, because they had seen what we can do, they made it a project. And so here you see the children coming together with the volunteers and still being able to paint their mural. And so the goal was met. Whether we did it or they did it, it was met, and that's all that mattered. All right. This beautiful girl is telling you to ask us anything, but as quickly as possible because of time. So if you have any questions or comments, let me know. Thank you.
Same as the other one. We commend you for the beautiful work. Also, I just wanted to comment on one thing you said, like some kids, they hate the pottery or they hate the... I hate drawing or painting because I can't do it. But the fact that I've been exposed to it and makes me appreciate it when the other people, when I see things that other people can do. And the same goes for pottery and the same goes for dancing. So it's very important that you get exposed to something, not just to be good at it, but also to appreciate it. Because then we build a community that's able to appreciate the arts, and we get like our people in the commercial world, the entrepreneurs, to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna buy art, I'm gonna buy local art, instead of just some random thing they thought was pretty or something. You know? So no, it's very good to appreciate too. So just having the kids exposed to that is amazing.
Thank you.
I would like to add on the same remark, because I think we can learn from this, because you didn't make it optional. You choose that every child would be exposed to it.
Yes.
We have seen beautiful curricula, and I didn't see that that point. That I think in Aruba we are choosing that that we are choosing that everybody, every child, get exposed to art, and not only the one that likes it, because you don't ask the pupil if he likes reading or arithmetic.
Exactly.
You just get exposed to it.
Exactly.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I became a culture coach, I was a full-time meditation and yoga teacher, so I thought to do a little break because we've seen so many presentations and a lot of information, and our brain just can't soak it in. So I like to ask everybody to take a moment and close your eyes. Feel your feet on the ground. Take a deep inhale through your nose and a soft exhale through your mouth. Drop your shoulders, relax your face, and feel present in this moment and in this room. Let's begin. Open your eyes. So my name is Fee. I'm the senior culture coach of Sint Eustatius, and one of my main goals is connecting community and culture. I'm going to breeze through my first slide because Sharmina already kind of covered that, my main responsibilities as senior coach. We're still waiting to be appointed to the junior coach because, as Elizabeth said, there are 2 people on Sint Eustatius fulfilling the culture coach responsibilities. If you can go on to the next slide, please. So one of the main things I do is support culture stakeholders. One of the projects, by the way, I've only started in January, so I've only taken this role for 5 months. So it's almost like my 6-month review that I'm doing with you guys. So one of the stakeholders that I'm supporting is TNAPA, and TNAPA is our nature conservative parks. They do the national parks. And one of the things I've helped them with is to develop a snorkel trail. I've had the pleasure to also show it to Sharmina and Shagan when they came to visit. And also we had the Dutch Heritage Cultural Platform visit in May, and we launched the snorkel trail. So you know how we have hiking trails? We have a lot of heritage underwater, so we have developed 2 snorkel trails. And I was able to help them with the heritage component. The idea of the snorkel trail is to also show the kids about the heritage underwater and then teach them about everything that happened at the bayfront. Because once upon a time, we were a really pivotal hub in the transatlantic slave trade, but also for merchandises. The second thing I'm helping SNAPA with is a nature festival, which is happening next week. And what I'm doing there is showing the relationship between nature and culture on Sint Eustatius away from our enslaved past. Something that my colleague also touched up on. You know, we also want to look forward, and sometimes agriculture is only being like linked to our slave past, but we also want to move away from that. And there was a lot happening on Statia away after the abolishment of slavery. The second stakeholders that I help is Chapel Peace. And I know they're really sad that I'm not on Statia right now, because on Monday I always provide them with chair yoga. So I had to do a meditation for them, and I recorded it for them. And I have to say, it's really powerful to be in touch with some of the stakeholders themselves, especially the elderly, because I get to hear what's going on in their world. I get to see them twice a week. And I'm also going to be helping them with the Senior Citizen Month, which is, I'm not sure if it's the same on each island, but on Statius in October, we celebrate our seniors. And I'm also in the process with getting funding for them, getting them some sports and yoga equipment. The other stakeholder that I'm currently really helping is Mega D Foundation. You already heard their name come by. Sharmina took the kids from Seba, and I'm helping them with some funding. And the next slide, I'm just showing you a quick process how I'm helping them. So first of all, I've had a meeting with them to identify what they need help with, because that's one of my main tasks as senior culture coach, is building that bridge between community and culture. So the main things that Mega D touches upon is social, education, youth, and culture. I'm linking them with the funds available and seeing where that could fit in. I know that the slides are being shared, so feel free to use some of this, because some of it's EU funding and also some regional funding that might be helpful for any of us in culture. On the next slide, it's an example of some of the projects and events that I'm currently working on, and the biggest one, as mentioned earlier as well, is the Canon from St. Eustatius. I'm a little bit surprised it doesn't exist yet, because we have so much information. It's just nobody has put it together. I'll later on touch more upon the Canon. The second thing is the Nature Festival, what's happening next week. Another initiative I've started, it's together with a colleague in the social domain, is the Black Brilliance movie screening. The idea is to do movie screenings, specifically highlighting Black cast, and to show that heritage side, not just only movies with American actors, but also celebrating the other part of our heritage. Honoring heritage is a sculpture idea that we want to attach to the Snorkel Trail, which is an underwater museum, which already I know in St. Martin there is one. We want to see if it's possible to create one in St. Eustatius as well. And that's part of the Snorkel Trail. And then we had the Dutch Caribbean Heritage Platform, which was about awareness, about our monuments and intangible heritage. On the next slide, part of my role is also collaborating with other teams within OLE, the public entity of St. Eustatius. And it's been really enriching to also involve other departments into education and into culture, so that I also feel like as a culture coach, you're not just reaching out to the stakeholders, but also creating awareness on different levels. If you go to the next slide, please. So one of the main things I've been supporting schools when I took this position is I did a survey with the schools, and I asked them, how can I help you? And what came out of it was almost like a unified voice, and they all said, we want a canon for Statia. Something also I found out, and I'm not sure if some of you have heard of this, it's called Nederlands onder de zon. It's teaching them about the heritage through St. Martin, Seba, and Statia, and Dutch at the same time. So it's one of those educational materials where they use language and heritage and culture and bring it together. So if I go on to the next slide about the canon, why is it so important? The canon will help us with education, because as a lot of the teachers said, it would be great if we have one document that we could use to create our educational material and to also raise awareness on a local level. A next step, because my main role is not just education, but also connecting it to community as a large, is inspiring heritage tourism, but involving the whole community. So when people are walking around Statia and asking about, we have so many monuments, and I'm a bit like, I wish I also take some videos, but we're almost like a walking openlucht museum in Statia. For those of you who haven't been there, you should definitely come visit us. I'll give you a tour. But we want to inspire the whole community to be proud of their heritage. So the canon is not just for the kids in school, but also for the community in large. And then a very interesting point, and I'm not sure how many of you know this, but in 2026, it's 250 years ago that St. Eustatius recognized the America as a separate state. And that was called the First Salute. And in 2026, we're going to have an influx of kind of limelight on St. Eustatius. And because of that, more journalists are only writing about Statia. So it's really important to have one document that people can be referred to. Hopefully, we'll have the President of the United States then coming to visit us as well. So it's a pretty big deal. And a lot of our projects is geared towards 2026 as well. What I've realized doing this is I need help. I cannot do this canon by myself. And luckily, I've been put in touch with people at OCW, and I'm being helped to create this, because apparently there's a whole structure to it. To create a canon, it's about 50 points, but it's also not to me and other people. We want to involve the community. So we're going to be creating like open sessions and presenting all the points to the community and see what can be put in and what not. Because Stacia was changed hands about 20 times. Are we gonna put every 20 times in the canon? No. So, you know, like points like that, what goes into the canon, what does not, is a super interesting point in itself as well. And then onto my next slide. And it's stuck. So some of my concluding thoughts that I have. Being a culture coach on St. Eustatius is a super unique position because we're such a small island. So I can have a really big impact in a small community. We definitely have a lack of manpower. And what I mean by that is it's also good to realize, hey, I can't do this. I need help. And to reach out and to see who can help you. Sometimes, though, the issue we have on our islands is that we're missing specialized help. And with that comes funding, as we've heard many times. And it's also about thinking like creatively, can we ask for a trainee, a master student? So it's thinking outside the box for that. I think the position as culture coach is super crucial for intangible heritage, and it's helping us with the preservation of our traditions. I want to thank all of you for your attention, and if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you so much, Fee, and thank you again to Ms. Blake. It was beautifully done. Finally, we have Sekni Bernardina, who will also be sharing his experience. He's coming all the way from Bonaire. Please help me welcome him.
Okay, I'm gonna start with a video of myself. Yes. I'm gonna let myself introduce myself.
Educación cultural de calidad.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm gonna sing. Yeah, go ahead.
Educación cultural de calidad, de calidad. Educación cultural de calidad.
Mijn naam is Sekni Bernardina, ik ben de directeur de Art, Culture, Education Foundation, uma fundação que alanta com a meta para abandonar um aporte nas três pilares que arte, cultura e educação. Nós também por vadiar se mais tanto que possível, caminha conosco por criar projetos e também fazer produção, mas também ajuda com tudo o que nós sabemos para assim nós por ajudar a melhorar a área de arte, cultura e educação. Projeto que nós abraça é o projeto que chama CMK, na holandês, Cultura, Educatie met Kwaliteit, e nós chamamos papiamento Educação Cultural Artístico de Qualidade. Esse é o projeto que no momento aqui nossa fundação está para como penvoerder, como nós também liderar o projeto aqui. E o projeto aqui está encerrado que nós também por de conectar artista nang, culturista nang, com escola nang. Nós toma nota que dentro da escola nang tem uma necessidade para mais arte e cultura guardo assim e para esse motivo nós vai buscar passar com nós por a ciele e Holanda abini com uma regeling voor de fonds cultuur participatie que voor die is aqui a criar fundo nang para por assim diferente onderzoek e diferente projeto para ajudar para direita e qualidade de arte e cultura dentro da escola. E aqui nós apresentamos plano para Fonds Cultuur Participatie e nós acordar o plano que nós vamos executar em ano 2023 e 2024.
Okay, the rest I can tell myself. Thank you, Sekni. It's okay like that. The rest I can tell myself. For the ones that didn't understand, Papiamento, we are a foundation that was founded because I am 52 years old, and when you're 50, you have to pass over all your knowledge to other people. So I just started, I'm 2 years into it now, because they say men live only 70 years. I'm planning to go 80, okay? Mila, basta ba, okay. ACE Foundation, we are very happy with Cultura Educatie met Kwaliteit. We think it's a very beautiful name, but in Bonaire, we don't use Dutch. We call it Educacion Cultural Artístico de Calidad. We named it in Papiamento. We made a jingle, and I filmed myself, and I sent it to all schools, so I don't have to tell the same story every time to all directors. Watch the video. If you don't understand it, rewind it, play it again. And that's how we started. Because every time you call the schools, they don't have time to listen to you. They are very busy, so I send the video. Okay? You can even watch it on your phone. Okay. The jingle was introduced to radios, so the community also can live with us, and started embracing the name EKDK. And EKDK is a game of language. Eka ding eka. And eka is the box in the box, the little box, and the big box. So we're gonna put the children into the adult box, so that the adult box can make that box bigger by putting all the big things in the big box into the little box and make them smarter. And that's how we started also to ask everyone that knows about culture and art, come and help us teach the kids what you know that they don't know. And sounds easy. Our first day, how many people you think came? Nobody. Nobody showed up. So to make a long story short, we started to go to them. So we started to put some people to help us to search for collaborators that want to give art and culture into the schools, and then we get some. And to make a long story short, from 0, now we have 12, going to 15. And those are the ones that we are embracing, and we are asking them to stay with us, because the big problem with CMK is Holland has a lot of art schools. Holland, the kids has been taught that art and culture is a profession. You can become a singer. You can become an actor. You can become a dancer. You can learn cultuur en wetenschap. But they didn't teach us that. We become policemen. We become firemen. We become electricians. But if you want to be an artist, that's not a job. So we are trying to convince those people that it can become your job if you help us. Because I was one of those people. I went into school getting $10 an hour, teaching kids all I can, and then suddenly the school was very interested, and they offered me a job. And suddenly, I was earning more. It became my job. At elementary school, secondary school, so I was a teacher, teaching kids art and culture. So that experience, I'm trying now to pass it over to all collaborators that want to make that their job. The other side of is it sustainable? How are we gonna keep that like that? So we started another path. We went to MBO, and we went to LOFO. LOFO is lerarenopleiding. And we told them, sustainable. Is that duidelijk? Okay. The next thing was, we need to talk to the directors of the schools to put someone in the schools, the ICCers. Go back. We are still in the first one. Yes. Meeting with school directors. We pitched the program. We told them, listen, kids need more art and culture. Oh, you guys come again with with another thing. We are doing sports. We are teaching smart kids apart. A lot of programs, too much, too much, too much. And then I told them, okay, listen, let's try it out. Let's try it out. We're gonna put someone into your school. You're not responsible. We're gonna put an isasayer, someone to coordinate it. And then I'm gonna be beside that person. I'm gonna help that person to organize the program. So I made a blueprint and I sent it to the schools. They just had to fill it out. 2 months later, nobody filled it out. Okay. Then we called the directors again. We told them, listen, we have money for you. So if we don't spend the money, we have to send it back to Holland. Oh, you have money! What did I tell you up front? I told you the story. I sent you a video. Didn't you listen to it? Okay, let's do it again. So the project was pitched. Everybody, they heard money. Yes, they signed immediately. Okay, then we started. Next slide. Okay, then we go. We have to teach the isaysayers, the coordinators, to do their job in schools. Then we call LKCA. LKCA told us, oh, the person that gave those trainings just quit. Retired. She was retired? Yeah. Oh, she didn't quit. She was retired. That's a big difference, huh? Okay, she was retired. Get them into it. The isaysayers were okay, but then the school they took a break, and then we had to start August, September again. And then September, we tried again, but they didn't have time. The school just started. We have to put the kids into running. Yes, on track. You know, mathematics, language, cultural. Wait a minute. Okay, but then we suddenly realized if they don't get the course of isaysayer, they couldn't manage to make a culture plan. Next to that, they don't have the knowledge. Next to that, they don't have the time. And next to that, they didn't understand it yet, what is CMK. So we said, you know, in order for us to start, let's play the role of isaysayer. And that's when we became, as penvoerder, we became the isaysayer. We made a plan. And the other problem was that the isaysayers didn't know who was the persons that could come into the school and give classes. Who were the artists? Who were the culture? And when they suddenly finally get someone, one person says, okay, I do it for 20. The other says, I do it for $50 an hour. Another says, I'll do it for $100. Another offer a $5,000 program. Whew. Too much difference. So we said, you know what? No, we're going to make the program. We called all the Cultura ambiders, and we sat down with them, and we made an agreement. Everybody's going to get the same price for a 5 weeks program. That's our pilot. That's what we tried. Okay? And then we could start. Yes, next slide. The 6 weeks program was a total success. Everybody suddenly understood what the idea was. The kids were happy. And then we made a second program. And that's what we did. We started 21st of May, the second period of 6 weeks. And then the same way that we started CMK, EKDK last year with a musical week for kids, we did it the same thing last week. We had a kids music festival where all the schools participated. The Cultura ambiders, the persons, the providers, the stakeholders went into school. They gave all music classes, dance classes, etc. We produced 7 new songs for kids. They were singing, they were dancing, and we ended the program Friday, one day before I flew here. We ended the program with a streamlined presentation. And what we are doing at this moment is we are picking all the kids that love art and wants to continue. And then we have an after-school program in which they participate. And after this, you're going to see the result if you give the kids the opportunity to get to know art and culture. Okay, next slide. The challenge is art and culture is not a priority in Bonaire. We are trying to let people understand the importance of art and culture, and I think that is everywhere. Because when we went to Holland, it was the same thing. They told us the first years of CMK, they had big problem to put it as a priority. Imagine that. Few suitable spaces. You can imagine that a dance coach had to give dance classes under a tree. Dance classes. Next slide. All school, of course, of being Isaisayer, we are also trying to make programs for the school. That helps also. So we are coaching and managing the whole program. Presentation of classical music board, we're trying to organize concerts for the kids and also exhibitions. We repeat the 6-week program until it works. Excursion to cultural providers, museum, etc. That's all what we are trying to help the schools to understand so they can copy, and then finally I hope they can fill the form that we send them. Next slide. Tips, try to keep it simple, and I would add to that, enjoy the process. Enjoy the process. Don't look too fast forward to results. Think outside of the box. Sometimes put a book aside, be creative. Create a database of cultural providers, very important. Seek in every corner of your island or your country and convince people. We even had to write letters to companies to ask the boss to give this person 1 day free so he can come to school and give and teach. Take time to ensure that the directors understand and they give the Isaisayer the time to work. We are helping them, and I hope that as a cultural coach of an island, they can go also into school and help them out. We need to work together to start things up, and after a year, I'm telling you, I see a difference. You have to just be patient and keep it simple and work to it. Okay? And I'm going to let you see now a big result that we are very happy with 1 year of Ekadeka. We made a song, and this song is to keep the culture of Bonaire together. The theme of the cultural, the Simangdi Musik Pamucha, the Children Music Week, was Mi Cultura ta Único. Hey, pisca e que pisque. Behanye kushine. Eta dreche kuntiki salu. Kushine bakandeli palu. Hopi dushi etasmak. Episcaje arwa. Episcaje arwa. Okay, number 1 is clap in your hands. Number 2 is clap on your left. Okay? Okay, you got it? Number 1, let's go. Very good, children. You got it.
I hear everything that you were explaining, and I see myself in you, because this is what I wanted to start for my school. It's been a journey. We're not there yet, but God put you in my path for a reason. And I think it's for me to learn from you how you did this, because I started the program also in my school. That's almost 4 years now. I didn't know where to start, how to start, but I knew I had to start somewhere.
Yes.
And we had a mural project in school done by Mrs. Kelly. She was my former teacher that brought the royal family to our school. We had after-school programs done by Mr. Remigio Rasmein with the drumming. We had with the brass band. We tried, as you say, it's trying to define where to go. And this year we did also a video clip from our school, like done with the kids. And this year we just finished a project called Bailebo Historia. And I mean, I see this and I'm like, there is where I want to go.
Yeah,
so
I think you're doing a very great job. We just connected.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, you're doing a great job too. So I think no, you're doing a great job. And I have listened to you, to everyone, their opinion, they're giving and they're trying, and somebody has success, somebody is failing. I think one of the most important things I was telling Mila is for us to listen to each other.
Yeah.
And where my weakness is, you are my strength. And that's why we are here.
Yes.
And we think this program is going to be a success if we listen to each other and help each other. So I live in Bonaire, but we can.
Please,
We
I really
can.
want to learn from
I
you.
want you to teach me how you managed to do it with your Marvel kits, so I can bring it to Bonaire.
It is
okay?
possible. You have a lot of
Yes.
talent. Thank you very much for your presentation.
For success is the willingness. So if you want it so bad, just do it. And I'm just gonna tell you an anecdote. At Bonaire, there are 2 schools in which I help them to get 30 quarters each school. So we have 60 quarters at schools at Bonaire, but we have 10 schools. So during the week, I'm running to that school to pick 10 quarters and bring it to the other because I want them to play quarter. You understand? Until the director realized I have to buy quarter for my school. Okay?
This is a very nice project, but if I'm not wrong, you said it's a private, let's say, foundation, okay? It's a way to resolve the problem of ICC that I had tomorrow, but I'm speaking right now like Jose Miguel and not the policy advisor. Maybe that's a way that you can tackle it. But now, as a policy advisor, I have to say, we try to work at our department with sustainable thinking and acting. So I'm asking myself, you only have 2 schools and 15 teachers
we
or
have 10
ICCers?
schools.
Okay, because we have that too in our plan that we have been working on as a wish, okay? It's a wish because it has to be sustainable, and also we have to kind of integrate it in our structure in our system, in our educational system. but we have had the same we will have the same problems as,
Yes.
as you have. But still, I think maybe in Aruba we will have to try to find a way to put it in our educational system formally, because you will have artists, because that's another wish we are trying to work on, to give them the certification, because not because you're an artist you can teach or handle a child, because you have the pedagogical part, the didactical part. So in Aruba we have a law.
There are two ways. My suggestion is, and it's a suggestion that I started with in Curacao, and I'm suggesting it now also in Bonaire. There are two ways. The number one way is you have to start doing things. Because if you don't do things, you don't make errors, you don't learn. And number two, you have to start, at the same time that you're making errors, you're seeing what's missing. And what's missing, you have to work on it immediately. So now, I knew it from before, but I said I'm going to start anyway. We need cultuuraanbieders. We need stakeholders. We need people to give culture and arts. Where are they? So the first thing you do is, what does the schools have? And that's what I ask in schools. Are there teachers in the schools that has a certain talent in culture or art? Those are the ones that has to start. Secondly, who are the people on the island that can do something with art and culture? Those people, we have to teach them how to give classes. What I didn't tell you that last year I started a drama coach course in 10 days, crash course, 4 hours. We have 10 people that participated, 6 of them are active.
Okay.
The next thing we did, storytelling coach. Now we have 4 people that are doing storytelling. MBO, at MBO we went to the to do a presentation for the assistant teachers, and we told them how to tell stories, and we did some training with them, and they are also going to schools. But that's not sustainable. So LOFO, lerarenopleiding, has to do something with their curriculum.
Okay, I'm very glad to hear that.
Yes, they has to do something. I'm very happy that I know that you guys had a CKV training. If the Minister, Finance and Culture, wants this, and as for that counts for every government, it's a decision. You choose for it. I'm gonna make culture and art important. There's a lot of people now talking about orange economy, but people, there is no economy if there is no industry. So let's start the industry with the kids, because they are going to become the professional that's going to give the island another way of earning money.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to commend all the speakers we've heard from the best islands. Like, you guys are very inspiring with all the things, all the projects you guys are doing. I think it lights a fire too with all of us here, just to see how much you can do with maybe.
And then we went further with our Zoom meeting with Holland about the CMK and culture coach project that is running now in the Netherlands and in the Basque Islands. What we realized was last year in November when we were in Holland, that's why we choose today to share this information with you, because Dianta and me, we were in Holland with our colleagues from Seba, Curaçao and St. Maarten. It was just an eye-opener for all of us. And this is the reason why we wanted to share it with you today. And the main eye-opener for us was in Holland, and I'm working for 30 years with the ministers from the Netherlands, Antilles, Aruba, and the Netherlands. And I never realized that the implementation of cultural activities are being funded by all the funding agencies in Holland. I never understood why there is a Montreal funds, a film funds, a literatuur funds, and a dance funds, and every funds. The funds are to sustain the NGOs to work together with the schools. And that is one of the first major things that we have to realize in our cultural environment, that we have to educate our people how to write projects, how to you make use of the funding agencies. And that is the part of education that Sagni just shared with us. It's not only writing, of educating our people to manage projects, but also how we insert cultural programs in schools, because we also did it all the time. But what is happening, for example, I'm working with a foundation, and they ask the foundation every year on 18th of March to go to the schools to give a presentation about dresses. We never had a good research on dresses. Cultuur met educatie is to make sure that what goes into school has a quality. And that is where we have to go. So this is what I want to share with you before we take the break. Thank you very much.
Abong ko mitati may wifi. Exactly, kai full. Awo kita pause bay. Mamay connecte back, riba je. Eta inactive. Wat mabuta tadi ba kung blank lay, right pa pare tadi ba je? Esa ita umisi di memes, kenen no. Mabay kumpra data. Dite, awo tadi ba je no sa? Okay, why ko harapin tayo po? Okay.
Yes, if everyone can take a seat, we're going to start back again with our last round. Ok, nós está back. Nós vai começar. Se pode tomar assento, turhene. Sim, ainda stream não acende. Guarda o rato. Pensei que está na paviamento ainda. Ora, okay, we're back. We'll be continuing now with Mr. Daniel Tecklenburg, Director of Sede Aruba, who would like to inform us about an event that's coming up in June. So please welcome Mr. Daniel Tecklenburg.
Good afternoon, everybody, to all our guests, and thanks to Ruby for allowing me 3 minutes to talk to you. Please don't keep the stopwatch now. So I wanted to share news, which I just came in, and I'm a bit late, so I didn't follow everything that you guys talked today. But from what I heard the last half an hour, maybe what I have to tell you could be also relevant for what you guys are doing. So, Sede Aruba in 2021, we started to work on a new strategic plan. We have 4 pillars: empowered citizens, community-based well-being, support to vulnerable groups, and strong organizations are the 4 pillars that we work for. And we strongly believe that culture also has a very important role to reach development in these 4 pillars. We also started a neighborhood development program, which you guys heard maybe about. It's called Barrio Único. We work with the neighborhood-based organizations, neighborhood centers, and we want to do a lot more projects in the upcoming years together with many organizations. And we also started to work on a regional collaboration between Aruba, Curaçao, and St. Martin. I can talk very long about this, but I don't have the time. So what I'm going to do today is invite you to a webinar that we are doing on June 12th at 6 p.m. On the piano, you see flyers here. You can just scan the QR code and you can register already. What is the topic? We have reached a collaboration between Sede Aruba and Fonds voor Cultuurparticipatie. And I heard you talking about the challenges to write projects, projects that fit into the criteria of organizations that are far away. And we have signed an MOU, agreement with Cultuurparticipatie for a budget, don't get too high expectations now, for a budget of €1 million to fund social cultural projects in Aruba and St. Martin. And the way we want to work is not to have applications being submitted, but we want to develop per country a comprehensive program. So we would have dialogues with many organizations. We want to have a survey, and within the next 4 to 6 weeks, we really want to work intensive to create this program. And if we get this program approved collectively with Cultuurparticipatie, then everybody can benefit of the funding and without having to write complex applications. So we start this process at June 12th at 6 p.m. Please scan the QR codes. I don't know if it works to scan from far away, but you can scan it on the flyer. We have also sent it out today for a lot of organizations. And we will team up in this process together with UNOCA and together with the St. Martin Development Fund and 4C Foundation, which are 2 very strong organizations in St. Martin. And at the webinar, we will give you all information, everything that you need to know. And I want to encourage everybody that is here, that is a cultural anbieter or that works with a cultural organization, share the invitation so that everybody's there. And we hope to start a journey together. And I hope we can realize some of these nice initiatives here also, give support to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now back to our regularly scheduled program. We are gonna do a short survey. Rayen is gonna put on the QR code. We ask if you guys can please fill in this survey. It's just 5 questions. It's not gonna be long. It's anonymous, and we ask to scan the first QR code to answer the first 3 questions, and then the second QR code to answer the last 2 questions. Just give us a moment and we'll get it up for you. Okay, so if you guys can scan the first QR code all the way on the left, or you can go on the website slido.com and fill in that number. You will find the questions. It's all anonymous, so don't worry. We just want your truthful answers. If anyone's having trouble, please let me know and I'll come and help you. Yes? Una vez sorry, English. Once everyone's answered the first question, we'll go to the second one. So if we could just finish the first one. Is anyone else having trouble? Yes? We can go to question number 2. So just check your phones. It should come up for you. Goed. Yes? Has everyone answered? Apparently it's a big yes. Just a test to see if it works. It's not rigged, no. It's anonymous, so we won't know anyway. It's okay. Third question. Oh, 2B, sorry. So everyone answered yes, so if you say no, well, right now you have to be. Do they have to answer one word again, or? One word, yes. Or a short phrase, a short sentence, not too long. I think, yeah, funding will always be the main, concern, I guess. Right there. So I think we can all see that collaboration between the islands and funding, and of course culture and arts, which are the main topics that we all want to focus on. Do you want to continue to the next one? I think we can kind of see the collaboration that we're searching is kind of also the syllabus or a program that we can all use as a guideline. From what I see program methods, Sazon. Yes. Oh, okay. For the next two questions, we have to scan another QR code from what I understand. Okay. Yes. So, action application, how do you plan to apply the knowledge gained from today's sessions in your current role or function? So, I know that today we've had a lot of information, and it's just the beginning of the week, but just a takeaway of what you think you could already use in your everyday vocation. Yes, you don't have to write just one word. You can write a whole sentence, phrase. I would just like to remind everyone, all these presentations will be available on collection.awe later on. So if you have any doubts of what was presented today, please feel free to check it out there. And I'm sure the contact information of the persons are also included. That way we can continue the collaboration. Let me know. Yes. Okay. I think we're going to continue to the next question. So, pressing concerns. What do you believe are the most pressing challenges facing CAE implementation in your country/island or institution? I feel like I can guess already. Oh, just one word as well, but I think we know what's going to come up. Yes. I feel like this is just a synonym for just funding. Oh, yeah. Let's try to stay positive. I know that funding is not an easy subject, but I feel like after today, I felt a very big willingness to collaborate. I don't know if you guys felt it, but I know it's not always easy, but we have to remember that we can't always rely on bigger entities sometimes, and that we just have to, like Ms. Blake said, we have to take that step forward and just start somewhere. And you guys being here today already, and you showed your passion, you showed how much you guys want this, is already your willingness to collaborate. I think so, yes. I see a lot of people writing still, but. So last one, takeaways. What are 1 or 2 key takeaways that you think are applicable to your national cultural and arts educational current situation? Is this one word or one word? Yes.
Jesus.
I think we all finished filling in the forms. If Ruby can step forward, we'll just give a short analysis of what everyone filled out.
We will go back to each question we had and the result. Kiko? Yeah. Okay. The first question was the need for further information. And if it was yes, if you have a specific topic. And if you can see funding was the, the thing that most of the participants find as the need. And we have also Sasson, Minerva, and Breveld. So you know, the people want to work more with Sasson and to learn together with you what we can do. And more info about Abu Dhabi, Rian, and Kurt and Clara is also today here to share their experience. And it's glad to hear that also a big group find it very clear. That is very, very nice to hear. That all the jobs we did and the preparation was not in vain. Thank you very much for your cooperation in this. Okay, the second question, Rian? That is also very nice to hear. That show us and give us the confirmation that we have to go further with this. Question B was, yes. Again, funding is the majority. And I would like to thank Daniel to come today to give us some prosperity on this case. And we also knew when we were in Holland last year that the fundings are there, but we have to put more attention in training our people how to work projects and how to understand the criteria of each funding agency. And if we can do it, you can make it. The developing of cultural education was also very important for most people. Cultural leadership is also coming forward. And indeed, we are missing a lot of professionals on cultural level. When I was writing the cultural policy in Aruba, I always told the people, whenever we need somebody for doing our accountancy, we look for somebody who did accountancy study. If we need a lawyer, it has to be somebody that did study law. And if we need somebody to repair our car, it has to be a monteur. But for culture, everybody can do it in some decision maker's mind. So that is the shift that we need to make, to have the right people on the right place, on the right moment, to do the right movements and actions. The collaboration between the islands, today we could see it. If we share our experience and knowledge, we can reach more, we can do more. Okay, that was question number 2. Question number 3, action and application. How do you plan to apply it? I was very glad to see that some people are ready to make actions by sharing and collaborating, by starting teamwork, unity, by reviewing and sharing what they got today, show the best practices, to advocate for more collaboration. So we have a lot of actions that we indeed can already do. And I don't remember who said it. It is not always that we have to be dependent on the fundings. Each small steps can help us to be in the good direction. And Sagni was the one who said it, just start and learn from your errors. And one more thing I would like to add, I don't know if it is over there. What is perseverancia? What? Perseverance? I don't know the word. Okay. You just have to stick to your idea. I have managed to reach some ideas after 17 years. The reorganization of the Secretariat of the National UNESCO Commission of Aruba is an example of that. After 17 years. And determination, that is the word, Astrid. And it is you know, when you have an idea, and most of the time, in my case, you are the only one on that moment that are thinking on a certain way. You have a vision. And sometimes you don't even know how to explain it to others that don't understand you. And then you just have to keep quiet and just wait. When the moment comes, with the right persons on the right place. And then you don't have to do anything. You just see it's like a puzzle. And everything falls in place. But you have to keep on advocating and believing that if you, for me, there's also culture and arts education. And I remember some of the culture and art teachers here, they came to me, Ruby, we have to do something with culture and arts education. Joan is the first one that came to me and said, Ruby, 17 years ago. And all those years, because of the job I had, I couldn't do anything on it. But I stay focusing. We have to do something on this. And it is not easy. Still it isn't. But you have to believe it. I very much believe that culture and arts education can make this world better. And you just have to stick to it and do it together. Is there another question, Miriam? Oh, yes. Funding again is the meaning of the majority. Willingness to collaborate, that is indeed also very important because you will have to be willing to work together. And the vision of the policymakers and priorities. And that is a question of we have to bring forward our concerns and what we know, the knowledge we have, the experience we have. Most of the time, I've worked for 30 years now only with ministers of cultures. I don't know better. I only worked, my whole career was with ministers of cultures. And most of the time, it was taking the time to explain to our decision makers what it is till they understand. And it is a question of informing the decision makers, because most of the time they simply don't know it. You have to inform them and stay informing them about 10, yes. And the understanding most of the time, I believe, goes together with just repeating what you're saying, because the first time you tell them, they can't understand it or imagine it. And also very important thing for decision makers. If only Maybelline is telling a person, a decision maker, what to do, it is only Maybelline. But if Maybelline is telling the decision maker what she wants, and Ruby is going and saying the same thing, and Rayanne and Stephanie, then they will put attention. Oh, it's not only Maybelline, it is a group. And then you will get the attention, and maybe they will understand what we all mean. Yes? This is it? Okay. Collaboration is crucial. Of course it is. And the structure, and I'm very glad to see CXC. And I already sent this picture for Norlet, because it was, I want to thank Aisha Lear is the one, and Elizabeth, to put on our attention to combine what is happening in the Caribbean on the level of culture and arts education. And Norlat, she immediately agreed to do this, and we only contacted her last week. So I'm very glad that the majority of us here find her presentation so important, and to give us a broader view on what is culture and arts education. And for me, myself, it was the Caribbeanness that she brought forward, the Caribbean identity that was so important in the educational system of the English-speaking Caribbean. I think you can learn a lot of that. Okay? Thank you very much for this survey.
Thank you, Ruby. And now we're gonna go to our last speakers, Ms. Stephanie Cruz and Ms. Natusha Cruz, who are representing EduCampus Aruba. So please help me welcome Ms. Stephanie and Ms. Natusha.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Cruz. Yeah, okay. I represent EduCampus Aruba. EduCampus Aruba is an okay. Okay. Yes, EduCampus Aruba is an education institution. We provide different curricula, formal curriculum, non-formal curriculum, and informal curriculum. Today, I'm only focusing on the non-formal curriculum in regards to arts education. All our students are expected to at least have 1.5 credits. That's equal to 3 semester courses in arts education in order for them to graduate. Related to that, we wanted to let the students immerse in a different kind of experience in relation to arts. So for that, we are applying a different methodology. It's basically, if you can go to the different slide. Next one. Yeah, so our design framework for arts education, and actually the experience of arts education, has to do with an experience that the artist goes through itself. So basically, we focus on the deliverance. That means that we work with artists who are actually designing courses for us, and what they're doing is basically go back to their core, go back to their roots, and bring forward different courses that have to do with the experience of arts. For us to achieve this, we had to sign an MOU with, it's kind of a partnership with Cultura. That means that EduCampus is housed here at Cultura. So the students got a chance to actually consume arts on a daily basis. The next step in the design framework for the artist is actually to discover what the needs of the students are, what their interests are, and basically based on that, design based on a human-centered approach, user-centered experience for the student. So this means that basically the artist becomes the designer itself of the curriculum that they are presenting. That's kind of a different way of doing it, because when you work with formal curriculum, you usually go to about 9 steps before the curriculum gets designed and implemented in a school. So here, what we're doing is we are applying actually, let's say, different steps to bring forward the experience of art, but not based on what national standards are. The courses that the students receive that are aligned to national standards, those are obligatory, but in terms of what they get to produce themselves, we move away from what is basically put in the national curriculum and go through what this time, like an incubator, is actually demanding from our students in terms of publication of their artworks. So as I've just said, it's very abductive. With that I mean that the design of the courses, it has a lot to do with designing desirable futures in the arts industries, in the creative industry. So it doesn't really, it's not about forecasting like one possible art form or publication that's basically like expected in national curriculum, but it's basically listening to the students, what they want to feel, what they want to produce, and apply that to their own methodologies. So for this, I'm introducing you to Natusha Cruz, one of the artists that we work with, and she's going to introduce actually the method, the Carisia method, that she is applying actually on EduCampus.
Hi everyone, yes, I am Natusha Cruz, and I believe, let me see, like the other way around, yes, quality assurance, okay, this is who I am. Yes, so a little bit of a background check. I am a multidisciplinary performer as an artist. So I did Rietveld Academy after formally finishing Atelier 89, who was the institute or the organization that was facilitating workshops where you get different Rietveld kind of teachers from all the departments coming to Aruba, doing a residency, and you get to immerse in their world, in their practice. And that kind of enabled me on a monthly basis. I would go to different workshops, from graphic design to filmmaking to fashion design to sound design. And this was, and this is kind of what Atelier stands for, a more contemporary approach of what art means. So art is not limited to one form of expression. And that is also what they teach you at the Art Academy, Rietveld in that case. So, and now I came back and I am facilitating a little bit of those spaces and bringing that immersion into a multidisciplinary practice of art and creating a more flexible creative mindset when it comes to producing art. I am also a cultural producer. What does that mean? That means that I work as well with different organizations. Cultura is one of them too. FARPA Foundation, Amy Lasten, where we actively try to help the brain drain situation that is happening, where you have all the artists, the cultural professionals, they stay in the Netherlands because that is where they have the opportunities to grow and to foster their career. So we try to create like the opportunity to bring them back, for them to present their artworks and to continue keeping the cultural climate here on Aruba alive and active, so that the community can also experience, okay, what are our artists doing and how are they, how is their journey, what are their expressions, and how does it relate back to the Aruban identity, because that is something important that happens to us as artists. We get out of this comfort zone, we go to the Netherlands, we go through the culture shock, we don't know who we are, and we start creating immediately art from a search for identity, for roots. Who am I? So let me see. So in my classes, I try to foster the space of art is a spiritual space. And what do I mean with that? It is a space like none other in the formal education realm, where you get to reflect, where you get to ask yourself, okay, who am I? Who do I like? What don't I like? Why do I like this artist? Why don't I like this artist? Just kind of go into that introspective space where you get to have a voice. You are being empowered to have a voice. So I tend to see my art classes as almost like a therapeutic, circular experience where I let them to work first a lot of their emotions. How do they feel? What are the different emotions that are activated when experiencing artworks? So always in engagement with art exhibitions or experiences that is present on the island. And always asking the question, okay, who am I, and why can I see myself in this person and the way this person is creating, and also enabling this circular approach, what I call the multiple perspectives, right? everybody comes with a very specific sensibility, a very specific talent to the classroom. So I want everybody to feel as if they are already artists enough. So as children, we just forget and we enter this amnesia, right? Where you are being conditioned culturally to think, no, this is who I have to be accepted. But as an artist, you have to remove that. We have to remove those inhibitions, those filters. So in the classroom, we try to foster a safe space where we are, again, activating that inner child. Where is that inner child that we left behind because we wanted to be loved by our mothers and fathers, because we wanted to be accepted by our families, because we wanted to belong. We don't want to belong anymore. We want to truly know who we are. So that is that spiritual aspect. And then we are trying things out, trial and error. There's no good, there's no bad, there's no ugly, there's no beautiful. It is about that really experiential journey where you are in your body trying things out and enjoying it, right? Like enjoying it. And also, yeah, as I said, reflecting. So I also, like, throughout all my classes, so you have to see my classes are always like, you never know what to expect. And I'm sure like one of my students will tell you, like, you would come one day and then the next day you're like, I don't know, something happened. We went through a time machine and you are being thrown into a whole other medium and a whole other team. But we stay with the principle. So I keep telling them, okay, this is line, color, shape, texture, space. These are the things that we have to look out when we are creating, so that we can also keep tracing all the dimensions. So working from the 2D, flat, to the 3D, creating sculptures, to 4D, sound, spatial dimensions, to even 5D, AI generating, so trying to really push the boundaries of what art creation means as an experience. Collaboration. So as I said, multiple perspectives. So we do a lot of collaborative practices. And for example, we do creating, like, I'm going to show immediately. This is an example of a day in class. The theme is landscape, and we put a big canvas on the wall, and we're exploring the different strokes that the paintbrush has. We are exploring how can we create the light and dark effect, and we are allowing ourselves to just explore the materiality of it. So I want them to just really try what does this brush stroke mean, what does it do, and also it becomes a game of observation where you are noticing your companions and feeling like a certain flow feeling where you see what they're doing and you get a certain like little voice telling you, hey, I have a little intuition here. I wanna work on that. And then it starts like getting into a beautiful flock of birds dance, and that is kind of like that experience of communal and observing each other and learning from each other's sensibility that collaborative painting allows us to do. And that is kind of what we apply also when we are gonna create our mural after several classes of collaborative painting. And let me see, I keep doing, collaborations. The multidisciplinary.
Say a little bit about your portal.
Yeah, I'm trying to make the jungle, the front of the portal.
Yes.
And the inside of the portal, the space.
Oh, outer space. But now I kind of just see it as like flames, like just mega.
Sometimes it's paintings. This is an example of a portal.
So I, as an artist, find myself continuously as well in the creative industries on the island. So every other opportunity I get to meet or see an exhibition and meet another artist coming into Aruba, because Aruba became her muse
to create here from a residency, I invite them in. So in this case, I really love working with just artists that came back and are practicing here and offering their services and bringing them into class so they can show their practice, their angle, and inspire the students into their kind of their own methodology or their own kind of how you call it, like artistic mindset. So this is Ariko L, and Ariko L works a lot with kind of like hyper-realistic painting techniques, but she is super inspired by the textures of nature, and she was a resident artist in residency at Mangalhalto. So a lot of her art is also reflecting her stay on the island. So that's a way of connecting other spaces on the island that are trying to also foster a safe space for artists to practice their work, and bringing them also to the classroom. So staying up to date, you know? Like, okay, this artist is on Aruba, staying at this Airbnb artist in residency. Something is going on here, bringing them into the classroom so the student gets the most freshest of artistic experiences the island has to offer. And then,
Say a little bit about your.
Yes. Maybe you have to press.
Yes.
So this is Frem Angela, who's also a colleague of mine that graduated Rietveld, and now you can say is art director for different commercials and video clips in Europe, in France, Paris specifically. And he was in town and he was giving an exhibition and workshop at Atelier 89. So I got him to come as well into class and to show his very specific drawing technique and allow the students to as well experiment with his methods. And a little bit of their work. I work very closely with Darwin Winkler.
It's me. I wanted to kind of like, let you see my behind the scenes process and how I construct pieces and prepare for some photo shoots for this beautiful project I got.
So Darwin Winkler is a professional top fashion designer, graduated cum laude from Rietveld Academy, and also won the Fashion Amsterdam Week kind of award, Lichting. So I work very closely. We are close collaborators. So I brought also that kind of fashion design aspects into the classroom. And they were working on pattern making and how to transform daily objects or objects that they are very much, they have a fond connection with, how to be inspired by the shape and create their own sort of certain garment or body related art. So we are inspired by our artists that are currently, killing it in Amsterdam, and that are the living example of what the students have to be looking up to if they would like to also take the risk and become an artist, So here is a little bit of what we continue doing in class with body artwork and learning more about composition and also textures. Let me see.
You know exactly what the one
maybe more volume.
The one with the blue stuff. It's the best I can do. This is the first time I did something like this.
It's okay. Yeah.
So this is a self-portrait class, like none other. I made the students look into the mirror and apply one of the techniques, which is take 2 to 3 colors and really like experiment with line, with textures when it comes to portraying your own reflection. And here you can see like a very lively and really activated class, because they are really trying something out that they haven't done before, and are allowing themselves that as well, and dissolving a little bit of the fear. We also work with collage in all dimensions. I use a lot of social media to document, and as artists, we know this is our platform. So on social media, we have to continuously share with our community, okay, what is our creative process? So the students are already made aware, okay, this is something as an artist that is important for me to do, to continue documenting every and each step of the way. So, yes, and 5 minutes left, okay.
Oh my God, that's so cool. That's really cool.
Nate is making a whale island.
Very weird creation.
Let's see, Nate. Tell us a little bit about it.
It's a seal, this thing.
Yes.
This is another seal. And this is the bird.
Ooh.
So yes, so just a little bit of how all of the different classes are looking, and what on all the different levels, what are the students kind of engaging with. So a lot of material investigation, a lot of hands-on, trying things in all the dimensions and all the disciplines. And now I wanted to invite my student, Casey, to speak a little bit about her experience at Edu Arts and how she is experiencing her art education currently. And this is Casey's work.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Daliva, but my colleagues, I guess, call me Casey. My experience in the art class is, so from the start of this class, I was very withdrawn. I prefer to keep to myself, prefer to isolate myself instead of going to talk to others. But then I found myself observing how the students were, their thought processes, their process in making their art, their individual art processes, and how their creativity and whatever they were putting in, and what they were representing themselves in their art, how that worked, and the way they collaborated, the way their energy like bounced off of each other. There was like this certain flow, and I found myself starting to go out of my shell to invest myself in help in this in the other students. What I love about this, about the fine arts class, is that we are not confined to a singular person's perspective of art, because art is, as we all know, is subjective. We have our own perspectives, and it's not just a hobby. It's like a form of exploration, a means of self-discovery. What we're doing is like taking parts of ourselves and making something tangible out of it, like as a means of reflection, representation, and preserving our identity in that current moment.
So yeah, so Caffeine, Kathleen, this is a couple of also her artwork, and she is a living example. She has wishes to establish her own production company on the island. So the kids are taking it serious, and it's because they feel liberated in the class. They are not confined, they are not shunned, they are not gaslighted, which is something that I really witness in Aruba's current education. Yeah, so these are different drawing prompts and self-explorative investigations. Let me see. I don't know where to click. It's like, okay. And of course, at the end, we give the students the opportunity to show their work, right? And they also experience, what it means to kill my darlings, what do I need to present to show a journey, and really see their work in a gallery space and invite their family, their friends to come and witness this entire journey that this year took them through. So that is that. I'm trying, not going. My own Caricia art method is very much with the natural heritage of the island. So I got also a lot of opportunities to work with other organizations like Ibiza and Atelier. Also, I worked a little bit at IPA. So this is them actively going into Aruba's nature and creating a city where they allowed their most imaginative, magical self reveal this entire environment. Yeah. And I gave them the phone, so they had to document their entire journey. So they took complete agency of this journey of creation. And then,
Here goes Amalia.
we did it here as well.
We are going on an adventure, Amalia. Aren't you excited?
And this is my own kind of like brand and artistic experience kind of a platform, which I call the Caricia Art Methodology, and I generate different spaces of coming and really working with Aruba's kind of endemic, indigenous, natural essence, and generating kind of safe spaces for reflection and activating our inner child. So thank you so much for your attention, and that's all for today. Thank you so much, Stephanie and Natusha. It's really wonderful to see art education, cultural education in person actively being done as we speak. Before we finish, I just want to call forward all the speakers of today. So Natusha, Stephanie, Minerva, Christine, Shagan, Sharmina, Vigenti, Urisha, Sehni, Elizabeth. I would also like to call Ruby, Hislaine, Rayanne, and Maria Teresa. Sorry. It's a big group, so maybe here. Right here. I would like to give the word to Rayanne as we close off today's session.
Okay. Bobo paga e beamer? Okay, so the reason I've asked all the speakers to come here is on behalf of the government of Aruba, the Minister of Finance and Culture, on behalf of UNESCO, that's why I have Ruby here. On behalf of UNOCA, the three of us are basically the main organizers of this event today. We would like to give a copy of Sagrado Secular to the speakers today. And the reason I invited Maria Teresa to also stand here is because she is the artist that kind of designed this beautiful book. This book was presented by and edited. You don't speak Dutch, and she edited, and it's in Dutch and English. This book was presented by the University of Aruba in celebration of their 35 years of existence, and it was financed or co-financed by UNOCA. The University of Aruba is one of our collaborators also, and Ghislaine Abota undi es nog to dunando e. Ruby tambe. We are presenting these to our guests. And this book bears a lot of this book bears a lot of history. Natusha, kedaki nampa picture. This book bears a lot of history, and it's a work of art. That's why I have the artist in between you guys to take the picture. I'm going to stand in as well.
Today's session. I would like to thank all the viewers via the live stream today. Thank you for attending and witnessing our first session of the week. I would like to say goodbye to the live stream now as we close off the first day of the conference week.